Mortals, hello, hello, hello. How is everyone? How is everyone? Well, actually, I should. I always lead with that. I always lead with that. I should say how I'm doing, which is very well. But hello, everyone. Today, we shall be continuing our dramatic reading of Dies Irae, Amentes Amentes, the Steam version. Last time, we actually got Ren to hug Kasumi, so currently we stay winning. We are very winning. But for now, let's just dive straight in. Let's go, Ikuzo! Go, 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 go. And so the school day drew to a close. Wait. Hold on. Right. There we are. I was in the wrong. That's what we started the last session with. I loaded the wrong save. There we are. Now, we begin chapter 5. Consider the definition of a tragedy. Were we to cut straight to the chase, we would say that the word denoted the concept of loss. The loss of what people held dear opened a hole in their hearts. Was not an event that drove cracks in the heart and rifts in the mind not generally referred to as a tragedy? Yet what people individually considered important rivaled the stars themselves in number and diversity. Although family, friends, lovers, and the like were generally held in the highest regard by most, I knew all too well that some would feel not a speck of emotion, shed not a single tear upon their loss. Then how were we to define tragedy so it applied to all? In a certain book, it is written that it was hardly what one lost that ought to matter, but rather the circumstances surrounding the loss. That having something broken or stolen was far greater a tragedy than simply misplacing it. Was that really true? In tragedies with a clear perpetrator, anger made for an easy way out. The sorrow of the tragedy might be forgotten through hatred of the thief, and could even grant one's life a goal in the form of revenge. Could such a thing truly be labeled tragedy in its purest form? I knew it was tough. That was a matter even someone as ordinary as me could comprehend, yet I would have preferred to plunge deeper into this subject. I'm enjoying this waxing of the philosophical. Man's psyche was a clever construct. It pulled a safety valve the moment it found itself assaulted by a storm of deeply negative emotions. Anger and sorrow would turn to pleasure, and if it exceeded that, indifference. The heart and mind attempted to regain their balance in some shape or form, and wounds were healed, albeit in a twisted manner. With that in mind, the unclosing fissure, the unhealing, ever-bleeding wound born of tragedy, what could such a thing denote? If indeed that was possible, then surely it would be a being denied, from birth, the right to possess a single thing. Its grasp empty. As it was unable to take hold of anything, neither was it capable of losing it. A being that was born deficient, and would consequently never heal. An eternally lost child. I had dreamt of one such girl. Oh, it's Guillotine Girl. And the cruel tale of her birth. Is this a good place to jump in with this story? I suppose the best place to jump in with this story would be the beginning. But I don't know. I mean, it's a chapter break, so there's that. But there is it is a visual novel, so the context of it is it's all reliant on previous. It's not like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure parts, where you can start from any. It's one solitary story. I guess it depends on how much you value starting at the start of things as opposed to the middle of things. I know some people who can just jump into the middle of a movie and not worry about things at all. And I suppose it also matters how much you care about the movie in question. France, circa 1793. There was once a married couple who lived in Saint Malo, or San Malo of Brittany. The husband was a well-built dockhand, his wife a beautiful woman of fair disposition. They were leading what one could easily label a joyous life. The fierce storm of the revolution's ideology ushered in a violent shift in the citizens' way of thinking. The clergy and the nobility were soon established as an absolute evil, and the married couple, without questioning that judgment, accepted it as truth, indulging in blind, foolish hatred. They failed to remember that, in their time of youth, it was a certain priest's assistance that eventually brought them their current bliss. He was a clergyman, and therefore evil. In the husband's mind, this plain and simple conclusion remained irrefutable. His wife was a devout Republican, even more zealous than he. So devout, in fact, that she would station herself at the foot of a guillotine hours before an execution, busying herself with knitting as she watched the heads fall. Well, hello to you, Marbase. Thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate it. And I shall endeavour to do so. Even as she was heavy with child, and in the later stages of pregnancy, she would nonetheless make her way to the gallows every single day without fail. The husband, her knight in shining armour, would continue to escort his lovely wife to her special seat, day after day. The blade of the guillotine fell, heads rolled, blood, blood, blood. It wanted blood. After thoroughly enjoying that festival of madness, the two would make their way home whilst discussing the future of their soon-to-be-born child. They were a joyous, blessed couple. They were upstanding citizens, their sense of values typical of all respectable townfolk during that era. However, one day, during the Messidor, the harvest festival, San Malo came to hold an execution of particular interest. The victim was a former pastor in the Church of Christ. The aged clergyman was well known among the townsfolk, and as such everyone wished to see his expression as he rose to the gallows. Naturally, the good married couple was no exception. The wife stood with the crowd at the foot of the guillotine, her body racked with the intense pains of labour. Yet she stifled her screams with heroic effort, waiting in anticipation for the moment the priest would climb the scaffold. The aged pastor was a father figure to the poor and needy, a holy man who earned their love and admiration. And yet he was the enemy, a figure of wickedness, deserving punishment. His head needed to fall. And yet, on that day, the executioner was nowhere to be found. Ah, such misfortune, the wife moaned with disappointment. Perhaps the executioner had fled at the idea of executing a priest of such virtue and benevolence. The Republican officials called for a new executioner from the crowd, yet the onlookers' hearts were so filled with sympathy for the elderly priest that none of them dared step forward. Were things to stay this way, the execution would be cancelled. "My love, I beg of you." Despite being shaken by violent pain, the wife clung desperately onto her husband's sleeve. To the foolishly naive man, her action was no less than a supreme command. "I shall do it." The wife, watching the gallant figure of her husband ascend the steps to the scaffold, raised her voice and broke into a beloved song of hers. Blood, 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 it wants blood. Shower the guillotine with drink. May the guillotine's thirst be quenched. What it wants is blood, blood, blood. Like magic, That familiar tune dispelled all sympathy from the crowd's hearts in an instant. A certain kind of joy spread from person to person like an infectious disease as the vile, bloodthirsty refrain echoed, its words sweeping across the execution site. Blood, blood, blood. It wants blood. Shower the guillotine with drink. May the guillotine's thirst be quenched. What it wants is blood, blood, blood. Surrounded by blessings, the husband proved his love towards his wife, as well as loyalty to his country, by beheading his very own benefactor. It was an honor, a commendable act hardly worthy of shame. And so, as he returned to his wife's side and beheld the female newborn in her arms, he wept tears of joy. This child was born on a day of celebration. God has a duty to make her happy. Indeed, God would see to it. Look how lovely she is. I am certain everyone will be entranced with her. Indeed, no one would ever forget her. Marguerite, the jewel of San Malo. The child damned at birth, the girl born at the foot of the guillotine. She came into this world with a mark resembling a guillotine's scar around her neck, one that would never fade. Even as she passed her 10th year, she was still unable to speak. When she finally did open her mouth, what left her lips was the guillotine's refrain. Her mother went insane and died a madwoman. Her father was loathed as a murderer and met his end under the guillotine for charges of smuggling. But the girl herself harbored no sins of her own. She had never done anything wrong. For the child to suffer due to parental sin, that was but another facet of an ever-cruel world of injustice. Silent most of the time, the girl would only recite the guillotine's bloody refrain every time she opened her mouth. The moment she set foot outside, the entire town would fall into an ominous silence. Her tragic madness, the cruelty of her birth. Having grown up amidst fear, loathing, hatred, and isolation, the girl lost everything before she ever came to possess a single thing in life. Though she was healthy in mind, her dysfunctional feelings could not comprehend the meaning of sorrow. And so her case was what one could call tragedy. A girl, thoroughly abnormal, a complete outcast. There were many who plotted to bring harm upon fair Marguerite, yet all who touched her ended up decapitated without exception. She was under the guillotine's protection. Her curse would kill anyone that dared touch her. If we assumed beauty to be fleeting and fragile, in constant danger of being trampled on, then her beauty was indeed no beauty at all. And yet, neither was she hideous, but a vacant, empty void. Eternity itself. Following her parents' death, she roamed the streets aimlessly like a discarded animal, mindless of what to eat or where to sleep, yet never tiring, never decaying. She is no human. Hardly could we fault anyone for saying so. It was the logical conclusion of the matter. Cliched as it may have been, she was inevitably declared a witch, for she was inhuman and abnormal, with over 100 already having perished after touching her. Her life could not be allowed, her past needed to be buried, and in the end, Marguerite was arrested and hauled off to the gallows. There's our girl, look. No one could touch her. Her treatment resembled the handling of a dangerous instrument, the process itself similar to herding sheep. Yet Marguerite did not resist. Had she set her heart on it, she could have slaughtered her captors with ease. So why did she choose not to? The answer was quite simple. The meaning of death and execution lay beyond her comprehension. To her, decapitation was a common occurrence. Whether it was her own head that fell or someone else's, she could not tell the difference. And so, on that day, she stood at the gallows, the very same place that once witnessed her father's gruesome duty, the place of her birth. Gazing into the faraway sunset, Marguerite, with a heart pure and untainted, began her song. The refrain of blood, the hymn of the guillotine, singing God's curse like a prayer. Those were her first, and as many had thought, final words spoken as a human being. But at that moment, Marguerite had an epiphany. The words remained eternally burned into their ears. The soul of a man, watching the spectacle, for no particular reason amongst the crowd, was torn out of its very foundations. Ah, Zarathustra. Oh wait, no, that's, so many names. Cagliostro. It's Cagliostro who's watching. He was none other than Ahasver, vagrant once known as Saint-Germain, in another time as Paracelsus, or as Faust, Rosencreuz, or even Magnus. This man, currently known as Alessandro di Cagliostro, was swept away by her very being. Huh, so he was Paracelsus, or also Faust, Rosencreuz. I gotta say, he got around, that number 2. Hermes. She alone remained free from the law of this universe. An exquisite soul not bound by the shackles of eternal recurrence. One that would stay in the same place even after death. If such is the case, I will move every fibre of my being to save her. I shall kneel before her, reducing my very being to that of a slave. For the princess of the guillotine was a beauty transcending words. Gifting her with an appropriate necklace is my utmost. And thus, her sentence was carried out. Marguerite's life came to an end. However, the jewel of Saint Malo lost not a shred of its luster. She had been born with nothing to begin with. As such, not even the loss of her life could grant her death. Ever since then, she had been all alone, singing endlessly in that eternal twilight, even to this very day. She sang the abominable refrain like an angel, her voice pure and rife with bittersweet beauty. I found myself angered. I wished to seethe with anger in her place, a girl who knew neither sorrow nor tears. If I didn't do so, no one ever would, and that thought alone felt beyond unbearable. I knew this to be hypocrisy on my part. I should have been minding my own business, but my heart ached at Marie's life. Why did this girl have to go through all that? What did she ever do wrong? If there was a god out there, he would need to be cursed in her stead. Ah, this is Ren. This is Ren's narration. He's learning about Marie. We both found ourselves entranced by a girl feared and loathed by all. I couldn't deny that, no matter how much I wanted to. How deeply did she comprehend the meaning behind those words? Having borne witness to her origins, I could now focus on the battles that would no doubt await us both. Yeah. There was no way I could have rejected Marie. And so, I took her hand. A pact forged of sympathy, selfishness, and truth. I found myself stung with guilt. Just like that bastard, I wanted to save her. But the only way I could do that was by using her as a lethal weapon. Talk about a dilemma. So that said, I found myself imagining just how wonderful it would be if I could give Marie a second chance at life once all this was over and done and over with, rather. Chapter 5. Holiday. Morning, huh? Yeah, it's morning, sleepyhead. Let's go! This really was the first time in ages that I'd woken up so normally. I didn't have a nightmare, nor did I not get enough sleep. It would have been a stretch to call this refreshing, but I did greet the morning feeling very peaceful. Marie, both the calamity slumbering within me, and a girl with a life laden with tragedy. I couldn't get rid of her curse, but I should have been able to control it. After all, now that I'd attained the Yetzura degree, I could give her shape and direction. Marie wouldn't be committing any indiscriminate killings, at least not while she stayed with me. She hadn't the slightest speck of desire to kill anyone. To her, beheading those in her vicinity was no different from breathing. It was not her fault she ended up like that. She was simply born that way. I had never been philosophical enough to even consider one's birth being a sin. You couldn't charge a gun or a knife for a crime. Much like in the case of Kasumi, I, as the wielder, had to shoulder all the responsibility. From now on, I'd take things into my own hands and wield this curse in order to put an end to whoever was responsible. Reaffirming my determination, I decided to get up. Today was a Sunday, so I figured I'd take a shower to fully jolt my senses awake. As for how I'd spend the rest of the day, guess I hadn't thought that far ahead yet. Oh no! There was this, how would I put it, strangely soft something pressing against my hand. Oh no. Mortals. Be this what I think it is? They got us. They done did it. They went and they done did it. Everyone look at this. Look at this. They've What? What? What in the world was this? An oddly human-shaped something lay on my bed. Ren, you are remarkably slow on the uptake. Come on, man. Get it together. Think with your brain for all the 5 seconds. Furthermore, said oddly human-shaped something kept on gleefully mumbling in its sleep. I must have been really damn tired. Last night was hell, then I had this traumatic nightmare, not to mention the thoughts of how I'd go about fighting those bastards swirling through my head. The bottom line was that I had my fair share of problems to comb through. So this hallucination, for surely that was the case, seemed awfully realistic, but that kind of thing happened from time to time. I'd accept it as one of the cosmos' many mysteries and go back to sleep. No! You idiot! You absolute idiot. Come on, man. Use your brain. With that said, good night. I hope Kasumi doesn't walk in on this. So I closed my eyes, but, get this, the hallucination refused to leave. In fact, it was quite adamant on clinging onto me. And why in the world was she naked? Gee, I wonder. Just when I was about to jump up in shock, the hallucination opened its eyes. Okay, you've got to admit, all other things aside, those are some cute eyes. Those are some cute eyes, mortals. We spent a few minutes just staring at each other. She regarded me with a puzzled look, her pair of emerald eyes never once leaving my face. Then parted her tiny lips to speak. Why this? Well, you could say that. The hallucination... No, enough with that. Time to face facts. This was real. Why was she here? Why was she here? Yeah, that's what I want to know, dude. Why was she here? Yeah, we did, but I was more interested in how this current state of affairs was physically possible at all. I wasn't go with the flow enough to be able to accept this with a wave of the hand and an, oh, she's a cutie, so who cares, or it's a miracle born of love, without any sort of reasonable explanation to back things up. That kind of fairy tale bullshit wouldn't fly with me. I mean, she is cute, so it's fine, right? That said, even if I did ask her, I doubted she'd have an answer. So, if I were to force some semblance of logic into this, this is how I'd go about explaining it. I learned how to form my Arnerb, which also made it possible for me to form Marie, the very soul housed by said Arnerb. That was my theory too. He learnt formation. Explanation over. Which meant I should have been able to control at will exactly when she manifested herself. He's trying to vanish her, isn't he? No doubt. Wait, no. Could she stop hugging me? Here she was in her birthday suit, no clothes and no shame. A bit more fidgeting on her part and I'd end up saying, oh, for the love of God. She fidgeted for 10 times as long as me, but seemed to be 10 times more the child. A bit of decency couldn't hurt. This... you... Well, I tried. I could have tried explaining to her how boys and girls stop sleeping in the same room after a certain age, but I highly doubted the wonderful values of our country would make much sense to her. A convenient excuse, Ren, I would think. I would think that's a very convenient excuse for you to have this naked girl hugging onto you. Considering how she'd led her entire life without knowing the touch of another, mistreating her now would feel inhuman. And I would have really appreciated that she kept those oh so easily misunderstood phrases to a minimum. Either way, I figured I'd... It'd be best to give in to her demands. She might end up going back into the Arnerb if I displeased her. She might end up going back into the Arnerb if I pleased her. Okay, I misread that completely. Guys, if Kasumi walks in and sees that, I'm gonna kick Ren through a window. A plate glass window. Yeah, could she cut me some slack over here? This was no different from patting a lost child on the head, nor would it cause any perverse thoughts to bubble to the surface in my... Well, maybe that last part wasn't completely true, but I was doing my best. Marie gave me a confused look, then slid her hand down my chest. Well, duh. Whoa, hold up. For the love of God, that hand needed to stay where it was. No! No. 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 I'm putting a moratorium on this. No. 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 Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. You can't do this to me. Yeah, it is a classic. It's a classic trope. But also, why does it have to happen now? Why? Okay, we ended last stream on a moment of triumph. We got good at combat. Ren hugged Kasumi. Everything was right with the world. And now after all that, we're gonna have to go through this classic trope. No. Kasumi's gonna walk in on us. Oh. Alarm was set for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway. We have a bit of an issue here. I don't like this. 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 Can I just state again for the record that I don't like it? I don't. I would prefer it if it was not the case. I would really I would really like this to not be happening right now. Alright, we'll soldier forward. We'll soldier forward. First a visual hallucination, now an auditory one. Great, fantastic. To make things worse, it was a voice I really wished I hadn't heard. Put her in the on-herb! Right now! Put Marie in the on-herb right now! Okay, a re-evaluation of the situation was clearly in due order. Marie was right in front of me. Whether she came out on her own accord, or it was me who formed her, it didn't matter. The bottom line was that I had a stark naked lady sharing a bed with me. And behind me... Oh no! Oh no! Kasumi's in the same bed! Because we fell asleep hugging her. Was Kasumi lying prostrate on my bed and saying stupid things in her sleep? This is even worse! Oh my god, this is so much worse than if she was asleep in the other room and she came in. What was this, Bizarro Suwahara? Putting aside Marie for a second, why was she here? Right, I must have passed out last night in Kasumi's arms. Oh, you think? And so that worry watched over me through the night. I truly felt blessed to have a childhood friend like her. Here I was, the luckiest guy in the world. Sure, but right now, that kindness of hers had just put me up shit creek. There'd be a bloodbath if Kasumi saw this. Okay, I think saving at this save juncture and entitling it help is quite adequate. Yeah, please hide right now, please. Oh no, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Oh no, this is bad. We're screwed. How was I supposed to get through to her? Besides, she was basically a spirit, so couldn't she just appear and disappear at will? No! Shit, I think we had just woken the dragon. I didn't realize she could make that kind of sound. Basically, this is what she had just witnessed. Me with my shirt boldly unbuttoned, and a young blonde girl clinging onto me, her hand resting upon my exposed chest. Yep, no way in hell I was getting out of this. No further explanation needed. You ruined it, Ren! I swear. Haha, I had no clue what the hell she was saying. Said the pot to the kettle. Now hold on, I'm loading. I'm loading to check the other one. Oh no, it happens either way. Anyway, Ren has utterly just. It's not. I mean, it's more the. It affects stuff later on. Just out her as a murderer who snuck in while he was sleeping. Easy. I don't think that'd fly, on account of the fact that, like, how would you why would Kasumi believe? Yeah, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. Kasumi shot a vicious glare at me, accompanied by a highly ominous BGM. Yeah, this is the BGM normally used for serious stuff. Oh. Couldn't exactly blame her though. Yes, he can see through to our side. Kasumi, I can explain. He's become a VN protagonist. So basically, she believed I was the scum of the earth, the lowest of the low, the sorriest excuse for a guy. In short, a threat to all womankind. Oh, come on. Yep. Airtight defense. Anyway, guess I just lie my ass off here. Not gonna let a chance like this slip by. It really is terrible because that is literally the only explanation that flies if you're not acknowledging the supernatural, and we can't acknowledge the supernatural because Kasumi can never ever find out. Greetings, Congo. We've been caught in a rather compromising situation, shall we say. Ah, Kasumi really does look cute when she's angry. She grabbed my sleeve and tried to jerk me around, but that wouldn't change a thing. I seriously couldn't come up with any other excuses.
Nah, Kasumi. 少し考え方を変えてみよう。例えば刑事が泥棒をトイレの個室に追い詰めたとする。いわゆる袋のネズミ状態だ。
Huh, I've never encountered rat in a bag before.
それで？それで
As a term, I
刑事
mean.
は鍵のかかったドアを蹴破り個室に突入するんだが、そこに泥棒はいなかった。この場合、星はどこに行ったんだ？知らないわよ。いや、ちょっと真面目に考えろ。割と大事な発想だ。
Oh, Ren, if you pull this off, I'm gonna be impressed.
天井に穴開けて出て行ったとかじゃないの？違う。天井は刑事からも丸見えだ。当然窓なんかもない。じゃあ無理じゃないの。っていうかあんた、一体何が言いたいのよ。だから常識に縛られるなっていうことだよ。一見ありえないようなことでも他に答えがなければ
Yes, she really doesn't remember how she was helping Ren before. She's completely forgotten all about the supernatural. And Ren will never ever ever tell her because he is afraid that she will remember. And that'll hurt. If she already knew and was still remembering it, I feel like Ren would keep her more in the loop. Oh yes, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. That is honestly one of my favorite adages. I think I'm using the word adage correctly, but I really like that saying.
ちなみにこのケース、泥棒は水栓から流れていったっていうオチな。めちゃくちゃ言ってんじゃないわよ、スカポンタン。
What?
そんなことできるわけないでしょ。でも他に答えないだろう。じゃあ何か？ お前は夜中に俺が抜け出して姉ちゃんさらいつつあれやこれややってる最中全然気づかずに寝てるほど鈍いのか？剣道やってる割には勘が働かないんだな。はっ。ふっちー。プリーン。玉きた。
Damn it. I was all out of options. Yeah, I shouldn't have expected my lies to keep on fooling people forever. In which case... Stop bullying Ren. Oh boy. Yeah, the OST is really great. I think I've been talking about that since the very first stream. It's just a really nice OST. Aha! We've gotten some clothes for the girl. Excellent. Also, models, I would like to draw your attention upwards. Oh, you're a big fan of the composer. Nice. Seriously though, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Top of their heads. What do you see? That's right. It's the ahoge. It's the idiot hair. It's the little tufts. Ah, you gotta love them. You gotta love them. And so far as I'm aware, these are the two best romance options. So, an indicator of best girl. You would pull the ahoge off every single character with one. Congo, no. No. Ahoge are very important. You shouldn't remove them. But yes, I quite like the fashions that Marie is now wearing. I forgot to read this. A truly bizarre scene unfolded before me. Well, she was technically telling the truth, though I couldn't tell if she was trying to cover for me or if this was just how she normally behaved. The former, huh? But she didn't seem that quick on her feet, nor did communication appear to be her strong point, so it was probably best I didn't let her say any more. Oh, Ren has actually managed to escape this. Also, I just realized with me and Marie, if I can whoop myself a bit. We match. See? Her hair is over her right eye, and my hair is over my left. I've always liked the, I mean, I suppose I have reason to, but I've always liked the archetype of, the aesthetic archetype of covering one eye with hair. That kind of hairstyle. Yes, if we faced each other, we would see directly eye to eye. One eye to one eye. If I faced someone who also had their left eye covered, then we would not be able to see eye to eye. We'd have to stand a half step apart. The clothes Marie was wearing came directly from Kasumi's wardrobe, but a gothic Lolita outfit like that would only look nice on a foreigner. On a Japanese girl, it would just feel out of place. Ren, I think I think that's kind of silly, considering that I'm pretty sure the Japanese are the ones who invented gothic Lolita as a fashion. And I'm pretty sure that, like, plenty of Japanese girls wear goth Lolita and look cute in it, so... You fool!
それこそ氷室先輩くらいじゃないと服に負ける。お前じゃな。腹立つ言い方するわね、この男は。私だってそれくらい分かってるよ。
Yes, Ren is clearly not a man of fashion.
で、どうするの?
Although I do appreciate how Kasumi looks cute in her typical attire. Very pink focused. I like the colors pink and black, and I also like pink being something that Kasumi typically wears, and black being this whole... I mean, it's gothic Lolita, of course there's black. I've always thought that pink and black together make for a very striking visual image.
どうするって? この子の将軍、まさかほっとくわけにもいかないでしょ? ああ、それなんだけどな。
Maybe I should I'm thinking about aesthetic things in my head, thinking like, oh, maybe I should wear something that's pink and black, but I have no aesthetic sense, so it would be very foolish for me to decide what to wear by myself. Well, we couldn't just hand her over to the police or something. But what then?
ここに住まわせようとか思ってるんじゃないでしょうね。そりゃシローの部屋が空いてるしな。そんなのダメに決まってるでしょ。こことあの部屋穴で繋がってるんだよ。お前の部屋だって繋がってるだろ。私はいいの。
You've made yourself pretty involved already.
だいたいどの道穴は塞ぐって言っただろ。お前も昨日は了承したことだろうが。それはそうだけど、でもダメだからね。桜井さんが怒るじゃない。ああ、それね。
I knew I was getting my just desserts here, but man, did I just say something really stupid again.
私は迷惑ですか? 両親が痛まないか、かすみ。うるさいわね。だからってそれとこれとは違うのよ。日本国憲法は偉大なのよ。
The Japanese Constitution is absolute?
俺は9条あたりそろそろ改正した方がいいと思うんだけど。
What? Is this a Japanese saying? Is this a Japanese saying? Is that it? Because to reply to someone saying, "Don't you feel guilty with the Japanese Constitution is absolute," sounds like a saying. That sounds like a saying being used in response.
あんたの野蛮な理屈なんかどうでもいいのよ。
Keep your barbarian logic out of this.
とにかく、この子は叱るべきところに連れて行かないと。私、レンと一緒にいたい。
Yes, I can, Congo.
うるさいわね。だからってそれとこれとは違うのよ。日本国憲法は偉大なのよ。
And let's give it one or two more run throughs too.
うるさいわね。だからってそれとこれとは違うのよ。日本国憲法は偉大なのよ。
Nihonkoku Kenpo. Hold on.
うるさいわね。だからってそれとこれとは違うのよ。日本国憲法は偉大なのよ。
Nihonkoku Kenpo. I lose track of it.
うるさいわね。だからってそれとこれとは違うのよ。日本国憲法は偉大なのよ。
Nihonkoku Kenpo Idai Nanoyo?
うるさいわね。だからってそれとこれとは違うのよ。日本国憲法は偉大なのよ。
Nihonkoku Kenpo. No. I lost it. If I was looking at Romaji. Man, Japanese is hard to even just to memorize. Hello, Sorain. Hello. It's not a saying. Then it must be a comedy bit. They're literally saying it's the law. Huh. Weird.
Kasumi は私のことが嫌い？いや、そんなことは。他に知ってる人がいないの。
Everyone, Kasumi has now ascended to the state of being a teapot. Or a kettle. What was up with Kasumi today? She'd been adding new sounds to her repertoire at a staggering pace.
一番まともなこと言ってる私がまるで悪者みたいにされちゃってますよ。これはどうしたらいいのかな。
I chose to keep my mouth shut.
かすみ、お願い。意地悪しないで。
Kettle Kasumi. Mad props to the Seiyu. Kasumi's trembling began to reach a point where she was starting to look more and more like a person with a condition. I unconsciously tried to hide Marie behind me, but... Uh-oh. Kasumi tackled her to the ground at full force. Ah, another one falls to the power of cute. Isn't it always the way? Oh, don't ditch me, don't ditch me. Don't ditch friend. Kasumi's borderline sexual harassment left Marie thoroughly confused, flabbergasted even. Well, having someone be this clingy with her must have been a new experience, given her history. Good and purest form of love. No! That excludes, like this, No, Mario. That would exclude Kasumi as a romance option, which is not ideal. Horror struck me for a moment before realizing there seemed to be no harm in anyone else touching her so long as I held the reins. Oh right, yes, because if we're not careful, she could totally just decapitate Kasumi. In which case, all these shenanigans might end up being a nice change of pace for Marie as well. She went through life forlorn and unable to possess a single thing, so even as a farce, letting her experience a mundane, day-to-day life could turn out well. Ah, so it's a... okay. Kawaii no seigi! Kawaii wa seigi! Kawaii wa seigi! Yes, cuteness is justice. Mortals. If there is one decree that you must follow, let it be this. Cuteness is justice. Understand this. Revising laws without any guiding principles had its limits, you know. In her case, stupidity as justice would have been a million times more apt. No, it's cuteness. Ren, you just don't understand. It's cuteness as justice. Listen, if I was to ever run for office, it would be on the platform that cuteness is justice. Because cuteness is justice, and this is understood by many. Kasumi's off-kilter insanity wouldn't last forever either way, and just to back up that very thought of mine, Kasumi climbed off Marie, seemingly satisfied for the moment. Aw.
それは分かったから、ちょっとその髪なんとかしてやるよ。
Her hair?
ボサボサになってるだろ。
New hairstyle? New hairstyle?
そうだね。ごめんごめん。じゃあマリーちゃん、私が可愛い頭にしてあげる。
Well, it kind of felt like I sort of just built this crap on heaps and heaps of forced logic, but whatever. It seemed like she bought it for now.
でさ、なんでこんなことになってんだよ。
Well, it all started when, Where to start? That's the question. Well, there were these animals called the dinosaurs. The Suwahara City sightseeing tour was the name of the little excursion Kasumi had planned out for us.
別にあんたはついてこなくてもよかったんだよ。そういうわけにもいかないだろう。
I had no idea what would happen to Marie if I left her unattended. With yesterday's incident in mind, I couldn't just allow these two to wander around on their own. Group hugs are the best. I assume. I can't remember that I've been in a group huddle as a child for basketball, but group hugs, I think I've rarely partaken in. I should have set my heart against this, and I tried to, but...
Kasumi, あれ何ですか?
Loops! Mortals, are you seeing this? We have loops. We have loops. 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 Oh, look at that. Look at the way her hair is... Look at the way her bangs have moved, so now instead of covering one eye, it's to the side. Oh, framing the face. Ah, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. Appreciate the loops. This girl, she looked at me like a little kid just begging to go outside.
あれはスワハラタワー。地上180メートルの展望台があって。私、登ってみたい。やっぱり?
Marie looked like she was having fun. I didn't know what level her emotions functioned at, but she was already giving me a somewhat different impression compared to how she acted in my dreams. Yes, 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 loop coin. Yes, it is strong. Loops are an incredibly... You so rarely see loops. You so rarely see this hairstyle that has been engaged. I was genuinely expecting twin tails. I was genuinely expecting twin tails. I was not expecting loops. I really was not. I was expecting twin tails, but no. Kasumi did her hair up in loops, and it looks so good. Look at that. It provides a nice symmetrical background, or mostly symmetrical background, because they're not perfectly symmetrical, but a mostly symmetrical background to her asymmetrical bangs and ahoge. Look at that. That is how you... And because... Now, mortals, I need you to understand something. Because her hair has been done up in this way, as you can see from her neck, there is nothing. There is nothing covering the nape of the neck. This is how you do long hair, because her long hair has been tied up in those loops, and thus the nape of the neck is still visible. If you were to look at her from behind, you could still see her. Well, obviously she's wearing a choker, but aside from that, the nape of the neck, having it be visible is very powerful. And it is the advantage that short hair has over long hair. So if one has long hair, if one does it up like that, well, there you are. That is the great advantage of long hair, I think, is that you can there are ways to do it up that still show the nape of the neck and still act like this is basically short hair from long hair. It's excellent. It's simply excellent, mortals. Cuteness is justice, and it's cute. Simple as. Perhaps her connection with me had made her more human-like. In that case... Oh, it's like their parents with their daughter. I felt we should use this day off for Marie's sake, at least for a little while longer. That'd be my way of apologizing. I knew we had no choice, but I felt obligated to do so. After all, I was the one dragging her into this battle. And my manly stubbornness played a part in it too. I was not like that Cagliostro freak. I didn't intend to use Marie just to fulfill my own goals. I drew a line between myself and the likes of him. I was different from Mercurius. Well now, can you truly declare that with utmost confidence? Look at that. Look at that. That is a powerful image, everyone. Look at that. Gothic Lolita sweater dress. With hair loops, ahoge, the red ribbons around the arms, the choker. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Pure excellence. Marie's eyes went wide when she gazed at the scenery from the observation deck.
Ren, あれ何ですか?
Ooh, different angle. Different angle. Look at that. You can just see the little... Oh, you can see... Oh, look at that. 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 You can see as she's tilted her head, not only that expression, but also the tie of the loop. Oh, it's striking, it's striking, it's striking. Look at that at the back, at the top right of her head. Ah, this is excellent. This is most excellent.
遊園地、でっかい遊び場だよ。行ってみたいか?
Ooh. Now that's a determined look. Very nice.
それでどんなものがあるんですか? どうだな.
It might be difficult to explain with words alone.
マリ、ちょっとこっち.
I gestured her over to one of the tower viewers. I put a coin into the device, leaving it available to use.
ここを覗いて.
Nice.
レン、ここすごいのが見えます。ああ、っていうか手伸ばしても届かないから。どうして？これは遠くのものを近くで見えるようにする道具なんだよ。割と昔からあるものだと思うけど。私初めて見ました。レンはお金持ちなんだね。いや、別に俺のものってわけじゃないし。じゃあどうして使えるの
？Guess she didn't understand the idea of renting public property.
まあそれはいいだろう。で、遊園地はどう？大きい時計みたいなのが回ってます。
Ah, a Ferris wheel. You know, I don't think I've ever actually been in a Ferris wheel, mortals, because I'm scared of heights. It's the same reason I've never been on a roller coaster. So there's a lot of classic theme park or amusement park attractions that I've just never been on.
時計？丸いの、小さい箱がいっぱいついてて、そこに人が乗ってます。
I've gone on water slides before though.
ああ、観覧車ね。観覧車？遊覧って意味わかるかな。要するに景色を楽しむ遊びのこと。簡単に言うと、この展望台が動くみたいな。私行きたい。観覧車乗りたいです。レン。
Ah, this is cute. And cuteness is justice. So this is just and fair and good.
そう。
She seemed to be once again showing great interest in something quite trivial, but seeing how the amusement park wasn't that far away, I figured we might as well make a visit. Ren, you do understand that I'm pretty sure that in her time there was no such thing as a Ferris wheel, pretty much. So it's hardly trivial.
なあ、お前はどう思う？私？他に誰がいるんだよ。
Besides, what the hell was she even doing?
遊園地は別にいいけど、観覧車はこう、なんていうのかな。 他にもジェットコースターとかフリーフォールとかバイキングとかああいうのはやめた方がいいと思うのよ。
Oh, she's also scared of heights.
なんで
It wouldn't be much of an amusement park without any of those. Would be boring as shit, in fact.
だって危ないじゃない。マリちゃんに何かあったら。
Oh, she's worried about Marie.
レン、早く行こう。私観覧車乗りたい。
こう言ってるけど
だからダメなものはダメなの。人の世は危険がいっぱいで常に7人の敵がいるの。
Now, this is an attitude I understand.
わけわかんねえよ
Danger lurks around every turn. Besides, you didn't see many locals using these city's amusement facilities like this tower or the amusement park. In that sense, didn't that mean neither her nor I would have gotten the chance to go had it not been for Marie?
かすみ、なんでそんなところにいるの？
I mean, you could go whenever you want.
こっち来て一緒に遊園地見よう。そしたらきっと行きたくなるよ。そんなこと言われても。
お前もしかして
違うもん。私はただ人より想像力が豊かなだけで。
Oh, she is afraid of heights. Kasumi, I get it, I totally get it. It's fine. You don't have to go towards the edge. Just stay in the middle where it's safe. Don't worry.
つまり高いところが苦手なわけだな
Looked like I hit the nail right on the head. Still, I never knew she had a weakness like that. Childhood friend or not, how come I'd never noticed it up till now? Perhaps I was just being thick-headed. Still, it felt odd.
とにかくそういうのはまた後にして。お腹減ったから何か食べようよ。
Oh, don't. Oh, Kasumi, don't bring up food right now. I haven't had a meal yet today.
ほらマリちゃん、下のレストランに美味しいものがいっぱいあるから。
レストランはここにあるだろ下のはただの軽食
うるさいバカ、いらんこと言うな。ほらほらマリーちゃん、これ美味しそうじゃない？一緒に食べようよ。
Kasumi pointed at the menu on the pamphlet as she did her best to avoid getting closer to us. Well, as long as Marie liked it, I'd be fine with whatever, but...
よっしゃ、決まりね。
I kind of felt like a father accompanying his kids. Wait.
どうかしたのレン。
いや
I could have sworn it felt like someone was watching me for a second. Was my mind just playing tricks on me? No, it wasn't. Go into emergency mode right now. At the very least, it was not them. If it were, my decapitation scar would be aching. Oh wait, then what is it? Then who?
レン、話聞いてる？
Could this have been an effect of mastering formation? Either way, my sight, or rather all of my senses, had sharpened to mind-boggling inhuman levels. I'd yet to get used to this, so I couldn't tell for sure, but for the time being, I figured it'd be best for me to stay vigilant. She's eating. Ah, this is making me hungry. I was trying my best here. With two girls flanking me, I had to ensure their safety by whatever means necessary. I can't help but feel your narration is not matching the tone of everything else. Oh, who hasn't done this? I've done this. I always eat too fast and need to drink to not choke and, you know, all that. But from what I could see, there was a certain something else I had to keep an eye on. Oh. Look at that. Look at that, mortals, look at that. That is a giant... What even is that? Is that an ice cream... An upside-down ice cream shoved on top of a cake in a giant bowl of some sort of... What is that? What is it? What are we looking at? What are we seeing here? And there are Pocky sticks sticking out up out of it, and there's strawberries on the... This is massive. I thought they were eating, like, proper food. Have they already moved on to dessert? It's lunchtime, too. It's the middle of the day. Or it's at the very least. It can't be much more than... Because they started them in the morning, so this must be... It can't be too much more than noon. It's not even... The sun's not even starting to set. Like, this is an obscene amount. Listen, mortals, I love sweets. I would never eat this. This is a bit much.
だから水。
ほら。
ありがとう。
Why would you be having such a massive dessert if you weren't going to savor it, Kasumi? I thought like you were eating something like a savory meal. Those I go to town on, but you don't want to scarf ice cream.
いやお前どれだけ空気だよ。
Why this?
なんで負けられないじゃない。
They can't eat it. If it's a challenge, they can't eat a third one. They can't eat it. They wouldn't be able to eat it. Why? This was giving me a headache, yeah. Resting right in front of me were two jumbo-sized parfaits that I couldn't help but find a perversion of nature, you and me both. You could have it for free if you ate the whole thing within half an hour, but this whole thing was clearly not built for human stomachs. Alright. Let me be real. Let me level with you, mortals. Let me level with you. So honestly, Attenborough, you weren't far off. You got it right. But, listen, guys. Mortals. Why this? Why do people do this? This is stupid. If somebody has like designed, if the shop that you go to has designed a meal and then said if you eat it within this amount of time, you get it for free or you get a bonus, it's like they have designed it so that you cannot do that. They have designed it so that you cannot do that unless you eat it so fast that it is an incredibly unpleasant experience, even torturous experience for you. That you will not eat it in time unless you absolutely hurt yourself and inflict pain upon yourself. That's absolutely... You did a 2-kilogram burrito challenge once because the reward was free burritos. What was the... You ate 2 kilograms of burritos. In what time? In what time frame did you consume 2 kilograms of burrito? Honestly, why is this a thing? I mean, Congo, as far as I am aware, you are basically superhuman. So I imagine you are one of the people who could actually successfully do that. But for the most part, I just shake my head. I would much rather pay. I would much rather pay to just have a decent food experience. A single burrito that was 2 kilograms. The bar was 30 minutes. A national record. As in no one else. Oh my. You ate 2 kilograms of burrito in 18 minutes? What the... I mean, congratulations. I hope you enjoyed the free burritos. I hope you enjoyed the free burritos, honestly. If you could the fact that you were able to do that and then face the possibility of free burritos in the future is incredibly powerful. I'm suddenly feeling very intimidated. I should thank this sequence, by the way, turning out to be parfaits and the subsequent speed eating discussion for turning me very quickly off my appetite, because I would normally be ravenous right now from not eating. And yet Marie... it sucks. It sucks when an establishment you frequent closes down. I understand the pain of that. The arcade where I played Tekken 7 against other people live in the wild, they closed down shortly after I attended going. I only had like a month or 2 months there, 3 tops. But they were a combination arcade cafe, and so you could, they had tables and like very delicious food and drink as well. So you could order something and have that, and then immediately move onto the games and put some tokens in the Tekken 7 machine. It was really a wonderful experience, and they closed down, and it took them about a year to move to another location. But when they opened up, it was just the cafe section with a couple of cabinets. No Tekken 7, unfortunately, or the array of pinball, or the racing machines, or the DDR. None of that, alas. I have not found an arcade since. Oh no. Marie kept munching away at her jumbo parfait with an unruffled expression, her cheeks stuffed like a squirrel. Kasumi likely took that as a challenge as she began devouring her own parfait at max speed, regardless of the time limit. Did they at least have light gun stuff? Not at the new location. At the old location, I think there may have been. I'm not sure if there was light gun stuff, but I mean, light gun stuff is something you can find at the cinemas or something like that. Having an arcade that has fighting games is like they basically didn't exist. They basically don't exist here, which sucks because you need people to play fighting games with. And a gathering place for people to play them is where you'll find people who play them. If I was to open up any sort of establishment or business, it would incorporate features of an arcade, even if it was just doing something else. I would want to make sure that there was, like, I'm not sure if Melty Blood does cabinets or anything. Or Under Night for that matter. But if I could get a French bread game going that people could just stop in and play, that would be great. Not a fan of burritos unless you make them. Well, I don't know about making them, but or rather, I don't know about having them otherwise. I always get those kits that allow you to make burritos or enchiladas or what have you. Yeah, I suppose you could build a custom cabinet, but that would be a very expensive job. Totally worth it though for such games. Imagine mortals. If I was rich, there's not much I would do with the money because there's not much I need money for, beyond being able to afford an existence. All of the stuff I like are relatively cheap luxuries, but a custom arcade cabinet, now that's where the big bucks would go. Stuff like that.
もうそろそろそのムグムグとかモグモグとかやめないかすごいつまんないんだが
ムグムグモグモグ
つまらんの問題じゃないでしょ私が負けてもいいって言うの
そもそも勝つとか負けるとかの話じゃないだろうなあマリはい
Build a Carmine mansion. No. I refuse. I wish to live in an area no bigger than a typical suburban house. Ideally, I would be fine with a one-room apartment. If I was living by myself, I would be fine with a one-room apartment because the bigger a space is, the bigger a location is, the more effort goes into maintaining it. I would absolutely never build a mansion because then I would have to be responsible for the upkeep of a mansion, and for what? To have more rooms? What would I use all those rooms for? I guess I could put friends in them if I had any that needed a place to live. But other than that,
もうちょっとゆっくり食べよう。時間オーバーしても俺が金払うから。
I mean, yeah, you could, but like, why? What's the point? If I was rich, I'll tell you what I could do. If I was rich, I could pay someone to maintain my one-room apartment, and then it would take less money for that, but I would still get it done. Yeah, I feel if I was rich, I would just buy a house, one house, a solitary house somewhere that is the size of a regular house. Maybe Maybe if I was really feeling luxurious, I would buy a 2-story house. But a mansion is much grander in scope than I ever require.
私のは
お前は自分で払えよ。
なんでよ。
金持ってるだろ。
No, I wouldn't have. If I had friends that lived there, I wouldn't make them clean it. That would be terribly rude. I would be rich in this circumstance, so I could pay a cleaner.
福下。
嘘つけ。
なくしたの。
子供みたいなこと言うなよ。
私は。
ああ、マリーはいいよ。気にしなくて。
ひいきだひいき。いじめかっこ悪いね。がっかりだね。
金持ってるやつに自腹切らせようとして何が悪いんだよ。
What indeed? Besides, I was clearly the one getting bullied here. A store clerk shot a pitying look in our direction. One of those jumbo parfaits cost 7,000 yen, so a total of 14,000 yen for 2. That was simply unacceptable for food like this. I'm going to do a quick Google to find out how much that is worth. 7,000 yen to US dollars. What? What? This is a dessert. What? 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 This is a dessert. Yes, it's roughly 100 to 1. It's roughly 100 to 1, Conga, yeah. It's I mean, yeah, basically. But yeah, that is around $70. But that's $70. That's like I could stretch that to 2 weeks worth of food. I could stretch $70 to 2 weeks worth of food. I'm pretty sure. Let's say a week and a half. Let's say a week and a half, to be fair. I could stretch that $70 to be... I could stretch that $70 to be about a week and a half's worth of spiced mints. And they're just... one meal a day of spiced mints, obviously. They're just eating it. They just spent it on a giant parfait to absolutely destroy themselves with. Why? Yet they won't spend it if they finish it. But again, there is absolutely no way I would order something. I've already said, right? They've rigged the game against you. If they've designed something like that, they've made it so that you will not be able to eat it unless you are horrendously hurting yourself and ruining the experience. So, I would never go into one of these things expecting to win. That was simply unacceptable for food like this. This is just... hello, Neko Romancer. But $70, wow, that's oof. In terms of food spending, that's a lot.
自分でケツ取る気なら俺も文句はないけどな。
冷たい。
あ？
レンは最近冷たいよね。私にばっかり。
Mario, she's cute, so it's fine. I'll have to repeat the mantra once again, in case you missed it. Cuteness is justice. Marie is cute, so she is just. Also, it's Ren that's paying. Skulking wasn't going to change anything.
いいもんいいもん。彼女いるくせに他の子にも色目使うような男はいらないもん。あんたなんか桜井さんに決められちゃえばいいんだ。
Yes, cuteness is justice. Cuteness is justice. Kawaii wa seigi. If you aspire to be a hero of justice, if you wish to be a Seigi no Mikata, then you must appreciate the cute. Well, I was planning to make sure it never got to that.
二人とも喧嘩しないで。これあげるから。
いや、それはマリーのだから、俺たちが食べちゃダメなんだよ。
Besides, I wasn't a huge fan of sweets either way.
そうなの？みんなで食べた方が美味しそうなのにね。
おい、ここで抱きついたり。
And once again, Kasumi turns into a kettle.
しないわよ。でもこう、マリーちゃん見てると、自分がとてつもなく汚れた人間に見えてくるっていうか。レンなんかドス汚れてるよね。
余計なお世話だ。
That's kind of mean, Kasumi.
喧嘩しないで。
ああ、うん、ごめん。
Now it was really starting to feel like I was out with my own kid. Kasumi and I promptly exchanged glances.
こういうのって初対臭いっていうのかな。
Yes, I knew it. It is a family outing.
多分。
初対？
Marie blinked at us in surprise.
レンとかすみは夫婦なんですか？
Yes! Yeah!
お前、吹くな。
Yes. Yes, they're married and you're the daughter. Congratulations,
もう
Marie.
10分しか時間ないぞ。
いけない。こんなことしてる場合じゃなかった。マリーちゃん、ラストスパートするよ。はい。
Last spurt. And in the end... Oh.
ねえレン、お金貸して。
I sort of figured it'd turn out this way.
この間無駄遣いしたから今月きついの。
わかったよ。
My choker was probably part of that wasted money, so I ended up paying for the whole thing in the end. Yes, $70! There goes a week and a half's worth of spiced mints. My only salvation was...
美味しかった。また来ましょうね。
that Marie finished her parfait right within the time limit.
そんなに痩せてるくせに。
Seriously, where did those 6 kilograms of jumbo parfait disappear to? Perhaps their stomach was connected to some sort of bizarre parallel dimension. They ate 6 kilograms of jumbo parfait. 6 kilograms. That's as many as 6 kilograms, and that's terrible.
じゃあ次はどこに行くんですか？
Theme park, please. Either way, she seemed to be enjoying it, and that was what mattered the most. Hmm?
ああ、もしもし。そう。なんかよくわかんないラブコメやってるけど、彼の方は結構油断ならないね。っていうか、鋭すぎ。後ろに目があるんじゃないかと思ったよ。
So this is who's been spying on us.
そりゃ私だってプロじゃないから仕方ないかもしれないけどさ。向こうは完全に素人でしょ？
Yes, it's the Federal Bureau of
自分が
Investigation.
尾行されてるかもって発想自体出てこないと思うよ
Hopefully,
ね。
hopefully that means that this is a woman in a suit.
やっぱりあれかな。あんたの言う通りかもしれないよ。うん。とにかくそんなわけで結構神経すり減らしてるわけよ、私は。あ、そう。すっごい感激。やる気がめっちゃくちゃ湧いてくるわ。私も一応面が割れてるのを忘れてるんじゃないでしょうね。そりゃあ向こうが覚えてるかどうかは知らないけど。
Wait, what?
あんたのそういう妙な演出にこだわるところ なんとかしてよ。友達だったんなら
Is this
さっと
Shiro?
会って話つければいいじゃない。
Is she working for Shiro?
まあそれはそうだけど。はあ、うん、はいはい、わかったわよ。じゃあそういうことで、あんたは本当にいいんだね。了解。
I
そ
knew it.
れじゃシロ、あんたの彼氏連れて行くから、せいぜいおめかしして待ってなさい。
He's finally re-entering the story. Our boy. Ren has... When
もうだね。
when Shiro and Ren were introduced, I liked Shiro way more than Ren, and I disliked Ren. And now I've grown very much to like Ren, but I still really like Shiro as he was introduced, so I'm looking forward to seeing him again. And in the end, we walked all around town until sunset, which, as one might imagine, was pretty damn tiring. Kasumi, for one, was totally beat.
だいたい2人とも体力ありすぎなんだけど、あれだけ歩き回ったのになんで平気な顔なのよ。
なんでと言われても。
かすみは疲れたの？ちょっとさすがに今日のところはダウン寸前。
晩飯も俺の金で食ったし、お前はもう寝てろよ。
Oh, he paid for dinner too. What a gentleman.
そうする。じゃあマリーちゃん、私の部屋行こう。私は。
Don't be too hard on her. She walked all through the day.
悪いけど、俺は少しマリーと話がある。
話って何よ。
彼女の処遇、このままにするわけにはいかないだろう。明日の学校もあるし、なんとかしなきゃいけないんだよ。お前はそんな状態だし、俺が話を聞いとくよ。なんだよその目は。
別になんかどうも2人にするのが心配だなって。
あのな。
I sort of wanted to reassure her, but despite her misgivings being off the mark, she was not completely wrong to doubt us. After all, I was going to do things that would no doubt just worry her.
やっぱり私も同席しようかな。かすみ、無理しない方がいいよ。でもさ、マリーちゃんこいつのこと信用できるの？可愛いのは顔だけで、少年は喧嘩上等のチンピラなのよ。
Oh, Kasumi.
それはお前だ。
私可愛い。
Oh, I feel like Kasumi is some flavor of tsundere, I really do.
そこじゃねえよ。とにかく妙な心配するなっての。俺がマリーに何かしても、お前は隣の部屋にいるんだからすぐ気づくだろ。
Regardless of how one categorizes her, understand, Kasumi is cute. And as we all know, cute is justice.
そうだけどさ。ねえマリーちゃん、本当に私いなくて平気？はい、レンはいい人。わかった。どうも私この子の笑顔に弱いみたい。じゃあレン、あとは任せたからお願いね。
あ、お前はゆっくり寝てろ。それから。
はいはい、もう壁の穴使わないって。鍵開けとくから、マリーちゃんは話が済み次第私の部屋に来るんだよ。
And with that, Kasumi returned to her own room. Okay, now we just had to...
どうしたのレン？
ああ、悪いけど30分くらい何か適当なことを話そう。どうせかすみが壁に耳を押し付けたりしてるだろうから。
Haha! Marie had no idea why I insisted on that, but she went along with it, and about 30 minutes later...
ごめんな、かすみ。
I muttered her name in a low tone, reflecting back on what could very well end up being the final laid-back day in my life.
俺は楽しかったけど、マリーはどうだった？
楽しかったよ。
そう。
Good. Even if it might have been a hypocritical farce, she had fun. It was worth taking the risk. I was glad to have been able to talk to Marie like this before all hell broke loose. What's he gonna do? Half an hour later, once I'd confirmed that Kasumi was asleep, I headed outside with Marie. I told Kasumi we'd been going to school tomorrow, but I no longer had any will to attend classes. The next time I ran into Sakurai or Rusalka, the war would be on. I'd defeat those two as soon as possible, preferably tonight. I had to remove the virus tainting our school before any harm befell Kasumi, Himuro, or any of the other students. And to do that, I needed her curse.
どこまで理解してるのか知らないけど、倒さないといけない奴らがいる。だからもう一度、今度は面と向かって答えてくれ。君は。
私はレンの言うことなら何でも聞くよ。カリオストロもそうしろって言ったし。
Nope.
そいつのことはどうでもいい。俺はマリーの意志が聞きたい。誰かに言われたとかそんなんじゃなくて、これは。
This concerned the killing of other people. Even if it felt about as natural as breathing to her, to have Marie claim all those lives without truly understanding what the act itself entailed would be.
昔のまま変わんないだろ。
The girl born under a cursed star, driven by her parents' deaths, she would continue to behead all those who touched her and was ultimately executed as a heretic. Due to her curse, she remained alive even after death, and here she was now, being forced to participate in this messed up game. Marie's status as an instrument of decapitation far eclipsed her human qualities, and with her undeveloped emotional landscape, I couldn't tell if she was capable of experiencing negative feelings at all. As a result, she wouldn't be particularly moved by the deaths of others. So if I were to keep treating her as a weapon, that would absolve her of any sin. Maybe that could be considered a kindness of sorts. In fact, that was how I initially thought about this.
今日一日遊んで気が変わったよ。このままじゃ何も変わんないだろ。うまく言えないけど、なんていうか。
I didn't want her to be a puppet dancing to Mercurius's tune. I wanted to teach her what it meant to be human. To be someone who could think and decide for themselves. Someone more than a tool.
私、レンの言ってることがよくわからないけど、レンは私がいるんでしょ？だったらそれでいいじゃない。
人を殺すんだぞ。俺と共犯になれって言ってるんだぞ。
それが。
何って。
私はそれしかできないよ。レンの言うことはわからない。
Come on, come on.
マリー。
Get through to her. Then what was I supposed to say? Our pact was sealed during that battle with Spine, but now that I'd come to know her past, I felt reluctant to let things end this way. And by saying she'd do anything, did she mean...
俺がかすみを殺せって言ったら、殺すのか？
かすみを？
ああ、どうなんだよ。
I had a faint hope that she'd give me a simple reaction. Kasumi liked Marie, and the feeling appeared to be mutual.
レンがそう言うなら、私は別に。
Now this. I don't like this. But in the end, that amounted to nothing more than the wishful thinking of a naive idiot. That fact dealt a real blow to me.
レン、どうしてそんな顔してるの？
Because you just talked about murdering Kasumi.
今日、レンは楽しかったんだよね。私もレンと話せて楽しかったよ。これからもずっと一緒。カリオストロと話すのも楽しかったけど、レンと話すのも楽しい。ね。
Yeah. This is a kind of broken that I can appreciate, but at the same time not. Marie ran her fingers along my cheek. The cold sensation of her hand made me want to scream. Was she truly beyond saving? Was her smile today no more than a result of me being there? I recalled what Sakurai once told me. It's been around for 10 times as long as you and devoured hundreds if not thousands of souls. It's not something that can be opposed by the morals of someone who's been around for less than 20 years. If my words alone could save her, she probably wouldn't have been this unusual to begin with. The curse ran deep. An aberration who sent Mercurius to his knees in awe. It was naive of me to think I could change anything, but still...
私はレンを助けるよ。カリオストロから聞いているし、これから何をするかも分かってる。だからそんな顔しないで。私、とても嬉しいの。レンの役に立てるなんて、嬉しすぎて夢みたい。カリオストロの友達の、そのまた友達を切るんだよね。心配しないで。私と一緒なら、レンは絶対に負けないから。
The most wretched and beautiful soul ever birthed by mankind. So I could basically surpass all those bastards with her help alone? Then what purpose was there in using Kasumi to gather those souls? There was still so much I didn't know. On top of that, Marie hadn't changed at all. Not since that day at the gallows where she had claimed to forever remain there. She had stayed in place all this time, never taking a single step forward. That might have been ideal for me, in a sense. She would only repeat the sole action of decapitation over and over again. But if she was going to endlessly repeat something, I at least wished it to be something fun. And I wanted to open Marie's eyes to that. She never asked for any of this, and instead accepted the hand she'd been dealt because she didn't know any better. If I could teach her one thing, it would be to treasure experiences like the one we'd had today. Marie produced a gentle smile, as if urging me to raise the curtains of Grand Guignol. Unlike last night's vow, I was on the receiving end of this one. No, the opera Mercurius spoke of was a battle, a vicious battle royale between me and those bastards. But it was too late for me to back out, so sticking with her through it till the end was probably my only choice. I had no time for any more side trips. All I could do was hope that Marie would change despite all the battles we'd fight. I would eventually liberate this girl from her curse. If not now, then one day. That's the way, Ren. Yes, Pachi Pachi. There's nothing more helpless than a human weapon.
マリーが同意してくれるんなら、今のところはそれでいい。焦ったこと言って悪かったわ。
どうして謝るの？
だからそれはいいって。骨が折れそうだけど、こうして話もできるんだし、気長に行くさ。
またわからないことを言い出してる。本当に変なレン。でもよかった。いらないって言われたらどうしようかと思ってたから。
It only just hit me that Marie was talking a bit less formally than she had been up till now. For now, it wasn't that big of a change, but if I could keep on causing ripple after ripple. With that thought in mind, I took Marie's hand in mine. Yes. Be like the water against the stone, Ren. I would no longer hesitate.
だからまあ、なんか月並みだけど、よろしくな。
はい。
Right at that moment.
話は終わった？あ、ごめん。驚かせちゃった？私はエリーでいいっていうか、他の呼び方してほしくないんだけど。
Oh.
まあ、二度目まして、藤井蓮。
Hello.
私のこと覚えてる？
Hello, hello, hello. A new face. Look at that. That's very nice. I think that's very nice. Look at that. We didn't get the woman in the suit though, alas.
What?
I don't know. It kind of does. It's kind of an outfit. It's kind of an attire that gives an office lady vibe in terms of the skirt and the jacket and all that. But it's so clearly made up out of street clothes. It's an interesting touch. I guess it's the color palette as well. As I was wondering how long this girl had been here, she flashed us a cheeky grin. I could have sworn I'd seen her somewhere.
覚えててくれたんだね。ありがとう。おかげで滑った登場しなくて済んだみたい。でもあれだね。今日一日 ずーっと気張ってたレン君がさっきは本当に抜けてたね。私に気づかないほど大事な話をしてたわけかな。
Ah, it's not your bad, Attenborough. Don't worry about it.
レン、誰？
I couldn't explain it very well, just that she was someone I'd met once before, albeit briefly, but from the way she talked I could conclude that the one who'd been tailing me all day was likely her.
お前誰だよ。なんで俺を。
知ってるのかって？うん。敵の敵は味方かもって論理でこっちは動いてるんだけど、なんか思ったよりまともなリアクションするんだね。どうしようかな。
The woman gave me a teasing look as she made a self-important pause. The look in her eyes remained both suggestive and provocative, like she was constantly amused. It bore a surprising resemblance to his.
シローがあんたに会いたがってる。顔貸してよ、殺人犯。
I couldn't decide if I should have been glad, exasperated, or annoyed. But it seemed like I wasn't able to completely cut ties with a certain idiot after all. Wow, I think that was the entirety of Chapter 5, Holiday. We're obviously gonna keep going because we haven't even hit the 2-hour mark yet. But I will save. That is the question. Yeah, the chapter was really nothing but a holiday. It was a lovely little break. I quite appreciated it. So, I'm thinking that this chapter break is an excellent place for a drink break to replenish my hydration. So I'm going to zoom off. Actually, I might put you guys on loading. No, I'll just zoom off. No, I'll put you guys on loading. I'll put you guys on loading this time. I'll be RB. I'm back. Hello all. Alright. Let's continue. Let's continue. I have drink now. I have drink enough. And we're gonna go on for some hours yet. So. The stern yet somewhat smooth voice of a man echoed throughout the dark sanctuary.
60年決して短くはあるまい。我々が人として生きた年月の倍に相当する期間だろう。時代が変わり、人も変わる。通常、それが自然だろうと私は思うが。
I believe this is Mercurius's voice.
K は変わる。みじんたりとも。
Or is it...
正直、呆れを誘う顔面さだ。もはや孟州と言ってもいい。
Wait, no, I think Goldilocks is voiced by Archer. Because this is very clearly Archer's voice. The scene of the conversation was most peculiar indeed. The only one here was the tall priest, kneeling before an empty chair and bowing his head respectfully. Yeah, so it is Goldilocks. A careless glance could have mistaken it for a madman's soliloquy. But that was not the case. Though invisible and incorporeal, there was unmistakably another being within this sanctuary.
おっしゃる意味が分かりませんね、ハイドリ秘境。真が愚直であることはあなたにとって不都合でしょうか。私が変わらぬということが問題になるとあなたはおっしゃるのでしょうか。
If one had to draw up a parallel, the thing on the throne could have been likened to a shadow, a partial projection of a being from another plane. A chaotic, torrentious whirl of souls beyond an invisible wall. A being so powerful that even its incomplete manifestation sent ripples along the very fabric of space. Such were the only means through which the beast of golden eyes and mane could make its presence known in the world.
問題があるとは言わん。だが、強いて不満をあげれば興ざめだ。
これはまた。
カールと賭けをしていてな。それに負けたというのが
He lost a bet with his friend. Oh, we've all been there.
加え、いつの頃からか私の予想はことごとく外れるようになってきた。故に、まるで先が読めぬが、そのこと自体は別に良い。ただ、
結果が基地であるなら話は別だと。なるほど。心中お察し申し上げます。私はあなたを楽しませることができていないというわけですね。ご期待に添えず申し訳ありません。とはいえハイドリ秘境、それも千なきことでありましょう。私ごとき非戦の身にゲットは破れない。
ゲット。
そしてだからこそ副首領閣下とその代替が必要なのではありませんかな。
しかり、確かにその通りだ。
The man of gold required a worthy opponent for this battle. Without one, his wish could not be granted.
ならばこそ問わせてもらおう。K はカールをどう思う？言うまでもなく、あれはいささか卑怯な男だ。私はそれを好ましいと思っているが、K らにとっては必ずしもそうではあるまい。恐ろしいか、疎ましいか、それとも憎らしく恨めしいか。この60年でそうした思いが熟成され、火がつくまでに腐敗したか。生産杯、K はあれをどう思う？
特に副首領閣下は我らの師であり父であります。畏敬の念を持ちこそすれ、憎むなどとは恐れ多い。
ほう。では、なぜカールの術を会議する？あれの凄まじさ、知らぬわけではあるまいよ。
それにつきましては、凡夫ゆえの偏境さだと笑っていただければ幸いです。元来黒煙卓は己こそが最優であると自負する者らの集まりであったでしょう。その禁じが聖帝のカエルに過ぎないと副首領閣下はおっしゃられた。我 我々とて愚かではない。魔導の薫陶を受けるにあたり、悲願の間に存在する圧倒的な格差というものを感じずにはいられなかった。つまり
それが屈辱だったと。くだらん。飛び方を教わる際、母鳥を憎むヒナがどこにいる？
I mean, I probably would. I would probably be that chick. I've always had great difficulty. I always had great difficulty as a child being taught things.
ヒナならばそうでしょう。しかしあなたはともかく、我々はあの時点で地虫に過ぎなかったのです。それがゆえに恥じ、そして恐れた。虫に羽を与えたもうた副首領閣下の魔導のさえに。もっとも私はすでに達観しておりますがね。虫が猛禽にならんとするから泥にまみれる。ならばこの身は蝶でよい。
Butterflies are cool.
虫は虫なりの空を欲しているのです。ハイドリ卑怯。真はそう思っている次第ですが。
Butterflies also have a whole lot of interesting patterns, especially camouflage patterns. They're a fascinating insect.
K の空とは？
らしくない愚問をおっしゃる。私が望むものは今も昔もただ一つのみ。
As the priest made his humble declaration, the space around him began trembling once again. Its ripples were the outburst of stifled laughter. Did the beast answer his retainer with affection or ridicule? With its inexplicable implications melted into a shadow of time, the conversation soldiered onwards.
なるほど。ならば K はそれでよい。だが、猛禽とやらになりたがっている者らは何とする？泥にまみれさせればよいというか。
Typo here. Should be a space between the period and the B.
あなたがそうあるべきとおっしゃるならそのようにいたしましょう。もとより虫の役目などことさら確認するものではありますまい。私は生産杯、あなたの忠実なるしもべであります。狩猟代行としてやるべきことは心得ているつもりですが、閣下は私を信用できぬとおっしゃるか？あなたの影であるこの私を。
いや。
The beast's answer came swift and sure.
K は信用できぬからこそ信用できる。かくあれ、生産杯。その渇望はどしがたい矛盾だが、なかなかにうまくあろう。もとより、私とカールは K のそういうところを評価している。
This is another conversation where we simply don't have all the information.
ゆえに、失望だけはさせてくれるの。自身の正義を貫くがいい。私としては、所詮どちらであろうと同じことだ。
An unusual spiritual pressure engulfed the area in concert with the laugh echoing throughout the sanctuary. For the beast, the act surmounted to no more than a master gently petting a dog. Yet to the priest it was akin to being squeezed by a giant's hand. Yet the latter had already grown accustomed to the colossal difference in their strength. Even amidst pressure fierce enough to terrify a man of valor and drive those of weaker minds to insanity, he managed to maintain enough mental composure to take it all in stride.
つまり閣下、引き続き私に指揮を任せていただけると解釈してよろしいのですね。
言ったであろう。好きにしろ。K の手並みが面白ければ、あるいは最後までということもあり得るだろうよ。
Trifa remains the acting commander.
だが
The beast made an abrupt pause in his speech, his tone laced with mischief. The priest, despite feeling perplexed by the occurrence, made no sign of looking up as his master made a brief declaration.
一つ賭けをしてみるか。
Yes, yes, a bet. I love betting. Perhaps a bit too much. I've never really properly gambled at horse races, but it is, but I love gambling in general, betting in general, the concept of it.
賭け？
そう。 管の大体その出来よ
I have done it once or twice
K は
before.
現状どう見ている
When I was a child, I got my father to place a bet on a horse race for me, and I won.
さて
It was a small bet, obviously. Don't gamble with big money, kids. Hardly an unforeseen question, for the priest had been required to report everything concerning the boy. As such, he answered with the truth.
よく言えば順調、悪く言えば予定調和と言うべきですか。今のままことが進めば、こちらの脱落者はせいぜいが2、3人。副首領閣下の手際にしてはいささか落としどころがまっとうすぎるやもしれません。
It was like a $5 or $10 bet. I've also only ever visited a casino once in my life, and I walked out a winner. About $50 richer.
つまり私には届かぬと
I just enjoy betting and gambling games and all that kind of thing.
恩義どころか、この私にすら届きますまい。大隊長らも言うに及ばず。ここに至るまでで2度、私は彼の成長を援護しました。うち一つは、図らずも見苦しい茶番を誘発してしまいましたが、今思う。
Wait, when did Trifa try to assist the...
正直、こんなものなのかと。
The priest sighed, consequently asserting that he alone would continue to suffice. Far be it from him to call the boy weak, yet in his current state the boy would not amount to much. When taking the entirety of the Obsidian Round Table into account, his strength was adequate at best. Consequently, the priest nearly thought he had misheard the words his master uttered next.
一度だけ私が出よう
Ooh. The beast would take action on his own. The priest could very well imagine what such a choice would entail.
冗談を。
そう思うか
The beast's presence smiled, allowing his amusement to show. He was naught more than a spectre, and could only intervene in this world for but a handful of minutes. Yet that alone could still pose a colossal threat, capable of melting the boy's very being to cinders through its mere
閣
presence.
下はこの儀式すら破壊されるおつもりですか。
だから賭けと言ったであろう
As the priest broke his gaze with the ground and looked up, forgetting his manners for a second, the beast spoke in a voice of thinly veiled ridicule, his tone afire with a certain kind of zeal.
友の手際を見てみたいカールの大体がいかほどか直にこの目で確かめようこれはただの好奇心だ K の報告を疑っているわけではないが弱ければあとは任す強くとも 2、3 注文をつけるだけにとどめようだが
As the beast uttered that, the priest found himself assailed by a skull-splitting torrent of wickedness. His flesh covered in goosebumps, Trifa felt the surging of a long-forgotten emotion. Dread. His master meant every single word he had uttered. If Ren Fuji were careless enough to provoke the beast...
愚か者ならその場で食らう案外とそれによって私とカールはゲットを超えるやもしれんだろうどうした生産杯 K はそれほど私に眠っていてほしいのか
いいえ。
At any rate, this would not conclude with merely a single disturbance. Depending on how things played out, everything could be over before dawn even had a chance to break.
でしたらば、準備は私が整えましょう。どうか閣下、それまでは真にお任せくださいますよ。
Voicing a modest proposal, the priest considered all possible outcomes, as well as the numerous pawns under his control. Yet the answer had already been evident. He wondered exactly how he could bend this situation in his own favor. Alas, he could not find any other way. This would surely mark the end of his makeshift family life with Lisa. Trifa felt a twinge of pity for the boy. for he would soon learn what it meant to face true monsters. Ah, it's fine, we're gonna kill them all anyway. Chapter 6, Lord of the Dead.
ほら、遠慮しないで入りなよ。
Let's see Shiro. Marie and I were brought to this place by the girl who claimed to know Shiro. To say it was not my kind of place would have been a huge understatement. I'd normally never even come near a joint like this. It felt detached from reality to the point I could have sworn I was in some TV show or a manga. This place and myself belonged to completely different genres.
まあ、リラックスして。別に取って食ったりはしないからさ。
That's exactly what someone who was luring us into a trap would say. So this was the town's dark underbelly. Surrounded by a bunch of seedy-looking people at all angles, the mysterious girl kept on walking with a broad smile plastered on her face. Teeming, thick smoke flooded into my eyes and throat as the rhythm of the loud, booming club music filled the air. The patrons, clearly smoking marijuana or some similar drug, all shot their bloodshot gazes at us as we walked in.
何よ、神妙な顔しちゃって。ビビってるわけじゃないんです。
当たり前だ。
I was simply disgusted at having been brought to a place run down enough to make me want to think twice before inhaling a lungful of its air. I felt like I'd just been led into the collective dumpster of the city.
長居するつもりはない。要件はさっさと済ませろよ。
オッケーオッケー。なるほど。本当に優等生だね。あいつとは水と油だ。じゃあ、私についてきなよ。2ヶ月ぶりになるんだっけ？感動の？かどうかは知んないけど、あいつはドラマチックな再会にしたいみたいだし。
Hello, hello. The story so far has been interesting. I can give you a recap if you need one. We're about to meet Shiro again. Saying all that in a teasing tone, the girl opened a door leading further in.
改めてようこそ藤井蓮君、私たちのボトムレスピットへ。
And there he was. What I felt in that moment could be likened to having encountered a ghost. I could find no better way to express coming face to a face with a guy I thought I cut all ties with and would never see again. So needless to say, I felt neither anger nor sadness, and definitely no happiness. My reunion with Shiro could be better characterized by a twinge of bewilderment and ripples of irritation. There he is.
久しぶり。突っ立ってないでそこにかけろよ。
He hadn't changed at all. That was my first impression in a nutshell. Yeah, that's a pretty good sum up, honestly. Funny animation shenanigans. Shiro Yusa sat on a sofa facing mine in this VIP room deep within the club. He looked at me with the same arrogant smile he wore the last time we saw each other. Just looking at all that made it clear what he'd been up to in the last 2 months. Shiro had always worn his non-conformist thoughts on his sleeve and was way too eccentric for his own good. The kind of guy who loves sticking his nose into trouble and making a mess of things.
いろいろ言いたいこともあるだろうが、まずはお約束通りに行こうぜ、親友。元気そうで何より。
Oh, Shiro, it's good to see you again.
きついね。まだ根に持ってんのか？怪我治ってんだろ。別に後遺症があるわけじゃなし、昔のことは流してカラッと行こうや。休活とか上層じゃない？お互い新しい出会いもあったみてえだし、俺は好きに喋るからお前もそうしろ。こいつだってそうするだろうし、そっちの
マリーだ。
その子も含めてまずはダラダラ世間話を始めようぜ。平たく言えば肩の力抜こうってこと。
I like this guy. Also, he's smoking. In anime, smoking looks very cool. Not only is he smoking, he's holding... That is a terrible way to hold a shot glass. Look at that. Look at that. What if it drops? I wouldn't have the courage.
OK。
あ、
No problem. I had this under control. I didn't come here for a fight, and it should have been the same for him. I had plenty of questions, there's just as many things I wanted to hide from him, but for now I needed to be calm and composed. Shiro was way better than me at reading others. I had to make sure I wouldn't reveal anything unnecessary through my tone or facial expression. First thing I had to do was confirm what he currently knew and what he was trying to do.
で、お前こいつとは初対面じゃないんだろ？
知ってるってほどでもないけどな。
The girl had since taken off her jacket and was sitting next to Shiro. If memory served, her name was...
本庄エリー。名字で呼ばれると嫌がるから気をつけろよ。
Honjo Eri.
あのね、だったらなんで教えてんのよ。
いやだって、こう言っとけばこいつがなんて言うか楽しめるだろ。
The girl sighed with exasperation. Seemed like I wasn't the only one Shiro enjoyed messing around with. Still, the name Honjo did ring a
とに
bell.
かく前に会ってるんだよな。
一度だけな。
バカスミは元気かよ。
Twits... Bakasumi. Twitsumi. Twitsumi is such an interesting translation of Bakasumi. Also, Bakasumi is an adorable nickname.
知ってるだろ。
Shiro tilted his head to the side. Could it be that he wasn't as much in the know as I had thought?
そっちの女、
エリ
本庄に今日俺たちの尾行をさせてただろ。あいつが何をしてたか聞いてるんじゃないのか。
ああ、それね。タワーでラブコメやってたって？あいつもなんていうかベタだよな。
っていうか、あんたら。
Honcho glared at us in protest, but I chose to ignore her. That was quite a big deal. You did call it. This conversation would change drastically depending on whether or not Shiro knew what happened to Kasumi.
レンちゃんに知らない女ができたから気が気じゃないってとこか。実際。そっちの彼女、マリだっけ？あんたはあいつのことどう思う？
かすみのこと？
そう。どうせ一悶着あったんだろ？何言われた？
おい、しろ。
I couldn't let Marie say anything that might come back to bite me in the
この
ass.
子のことはどうでもいいだろ。ほっといてくれ。
なんだよそれ。4人いるのに3人だけで話そうってのかよ。
俺はお前と2人で話してもいいんだ。
何それ、私ら邪魔だって言いたいわけ？
場合によってはそうだな。
ああ、まあ待てよ。そんなピリピリすんなってば、2人とも。お前の気持ちは分かったけどよ。ここまで来たら諦めな。野郎2人で話し合ってても花がねえし。
I disagree. I think you can have great fun with two dudes talking by themselves, depending on the subject of conversation.
お互い新しい女のお披露目会ってわけでもねえけど、あんまりないがしろにすると近頃ペン団体がやかましいぞ。
休活を女子隊員じゃなかったのか。だったら部外者は関係ないだろ。
おいおい、お前、俺のそんなセリフ信じてねえだろ？
When I quoted his own words back to him, Shiro simply flashed a broad grin.
休活を女子？ああ、それはもちろんそうしたいがね。それだけの理由でわざわざこんなところに呼んだりしねえよ。ただ会って話すだけなら俺の方から出向いてる。なあレン、これは俺なりの配慮なんだぜ。説明なんかしなくても理解してくれてると思ってたが、それとも知っててとぼけてるのか？お前も今さら用もないのに俺の呼び出しなんかに応じねえだろ？来ざるを得ない理由があったから来た。違うのか？
違わないよね。
I kept my mouth shut. In hindsight, yeah, he shouldn't have had a reason to call for me. We'd completely cut ties. Unlike the kind-hearted Kasumi, Shiro was more clear-cut and cold-hearted. I knew he wasn't the kind of guy who set something like this up out of sheer sentimentality, and above all
どう
else...
でもいいが、質問口調だな、さっきから。何の用か知らないが、昔のことは水に流したんじゃなかったか。
Oh, this is the dance. We're dancing around each other with words here.
おい、俺はなかったことにしようなんて言ってないぞ。
Shiro looked at me as he shook the cigarette clenched between his fingers in exasperation.
お互いあの時のテンションじゃ話にならないから気持ち切り替えろって言ったんだよ。喧嘩の蹴りはついてないし、 今だって続行中だ。何の用かって？それお前、蹴りのつけ方に提案があるから呼んだんだ
Oh,
よ。
the fight's still on?
だが、とりあえずそれは置こう。もう一回聞くが、お前こそなんでわざわざここに来た？呼ばれりゃホイホイ面出すような都合のいい女タイプの頭パープリンじゃねえだろ。お前も俺に用があるから来たんだろ。それ言わないでこっちにだけ言わそうってのは不実だぜ。呼んだのは俺だが応じたのはお前だ。わかるよな。これエリー、お前だろ。なんて言ってつった？
別に。
Honjo shrugged her shoulders like it was no big deal.
シロがあんたに会いたがってる。顔貸してよ、殺人犯。
なるほど。お前は殺人犯なのか？
Shiro smirked, clearly trying to get a reaction out of me, but
答える必要もないな。
じゃあなんで来たよ。
I don't think anyone here is a villain. But it is
逆の立場で
tense.
考えてみろ。無視できるか。
身に覚えがなかったらするけどな。
これは誘導尋問のつもりかよ。
I sank into the sofa, sighing. Marie threw a puzzled look my way, but I couldn't be bothered to focus on her right now. He was right. I didn't come out here just to see him, and it wasn't because Kasumi had been worried either. I came here for a very specific reason.
お前、何を知ってる？
って言うと？
今は正義の味方ごっこでもやってるのか？
いや、そういうわけでもねえんだけどな。
His wry grin never fading, Shiro lifted his glass full of alcohol and gulped it down in one go.
前にも言ったろ。俺はいろいろ試したいだけ。いいことも悪いことも考えつくことは何でも。それで何でもやるってことは何でもできなきゃダメだろ。手っ取り早く言うと力がいるわな。
それでチンピラの大将かよ。
言うね。でもまあ選択の幅広げるには都合のいい立
So
場
in
だね。
those 2 months, he's basically become king of the city underworld.
有意義だな。
Excellent.
だからなあ、そう呆れた顔すんなってば。
無理言うなよ。
Knowing him, he probably really did try everything. Definitely every kind of quick crime there was, no doubt about that. But more than a fool, I would rather call him a nutcase. Was there really a need to go this far just to give every option a shot?
で、満足はしたのか？
それが全然未だに試行錯誤の真っ最中だよ。お前を呼んだのもその一環。まあ四六時中デジャブってるわけでもねえし、これがどう転ぶかはまだわかんねえけど、とりあえず俺はそんな感じで日々前向きにやってるよ。お前と同じさ。
一緒にするな。
いや、一緒だろ。
Shiro shot a wink at me, his tone clearly meant to imply something.
お前もあんまり人様に褒められることはやってねえみたいだし。
This is so tense, I love it.
と、お互い話の趣旨はそこだよな。そっちのマリーだっけ？暇そうにしてるけどいいのか、ほっといて。
ああ。
Marie likely didn't understand our situation very well. She'd been observing our conversation with a blank expression as usual. Anyway, she'd be fine the way she was now. If we showed her too much attention, she might go off in ways I couldn't possibly predict. But, on the other hand, if we left her alone, she'd likely remain still and calm like a statue. Hardly what I'd call an ideal state to be in, but at times like this, it was very convenient for me. It'd be best for me to keep Marie's identity a secret from those two. I took a deep breath and went on.
いつからだ、シロ。
あ？それはどのあたりから知ってるかってこと？
They're dancing around it. I nodded, to which Shiro responded in a casual manner.
結論から言うと、ここ何日かのお前の行動はほぼ完璧に把握してるな。正確に言うと、
He
月
knows.
額に転校生が2人来てからってことになるか。
なんだと？
In other words,
当然、かすみのこともよく知ってる。
he knows about Kasumi. Yes. I'm pretty sure I heard from the anime Darker Than Black that secondhand smoke is actually more deadly than firsthand smoke. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, Shiro. Bit of a move, bit of a play. So he had known since the beginning.
言っとくけど、警察と連携したりはしてないからね。そっちの心配はしなくていい。
They know.
っていうか、それに関して隠蔽工作してやったくらいだぜ。お前、血まみれのバカスミ担いで家帰るまで誰にも会わずに済んだの誰のおかげだと思ってんだよ。
なんでお前がそんなことをする？
That was a rather stupid question if I did say so myself. It clearly had nothing to do with us being childhood friends. He did it because he had something to gain from it. No, wait, before that, did he also know about them?
じゃあ、順序立てて話そっか。そもそも、私らが知り合ったのは、シロが病院を抜けてすぐ。
まず、こいつが俺に一目惚れして。
いや、こいつが私に一目惚れして。
Oh, these two. Anyway, those two idiots probably found a kindred spirit in each other, then gathered all these people to use as their personal henchmen. I bet that was the gist of the bottomless pit. For a tourist town, Suwahara City was large enough to have its own underground of sorts. Long story short, they must have rounded up and lumped a bunch of social outcasts together to form this club. Basically, people with nowhere to go. Those who couldn't live without this club. They stayed holed up in there here with nothing to do other than breathing. Shiro and Honjo simply grouped them together.
まあ、私は結構前からここの連中と面識あったし、要はみこしがあればよかったのよ。
In other words, a fearless leader who'd take no shit from outsiders. Shiro fit the bill perfectly. He was under the protection of these guys, making use of their influence as a group. From the perspective of these underground types, someone as off the wall as Shiro must have looked awfully appealing, with a certain charisma of his own.
そんなわけで、いろいろあれやこれややったわけよ。でも結局うちの連中はあれだから、慈善事業ができるわけでもないんだよね。だから世間的には紙一重っていうか、さっきレン君も言ってたけど、正義の味方ごっこってやつ？
I like how they're using Seigi no Mikata as translated to vigilantes, as opposed to the Fate Stay Night translation, which translates Seigi no Mikata to superhero.
ここまで言ったらわかるでしょ？
殺人犯探しか。
ま、その通り。先に見つけられちゃつまんねえからポリの邪魔もしたけどな。俺らがやってたのはそういうことだよ。その結果としてお前を呼ぶことになったってわけ。腐れ縁だな。
After a brief pause, Shiro looked me straight in the eye. Honestly, it was making me feel uncomfortable. I knew that look. He was up to something, no doubt about it.
もうお前らのことなんかどうでもいい。
Yeah, it's very much an ironic use. They're very much being laughable about it.
私らが興味あるのはあの連中。言ったでしょ？敵の敵は味方かもって。
お前ら。
I'd guessed as much, but I felt another headache incoming. These two were out of their goddamn minds. What the hell were they thinking? Yeah, I know. These, apparently, as far as I'm aware, these two are basic, like, humans, right? And they're interested in those supernatural monsters. As expected of Shiro, absolutely insane. Did they have any idea who those bastards were?
言っとくけど面識だってあるよ。ビルヘルム・エーレンブルグにルサルカ・シュベーゲリ。なんか言いたいこと顔に書いてあるけどさ、レン君こそあいつらのこと分かってんの？
何？
What was that supposed to
そ
mean?
のまんま出自経歴そういうの私らは知ってる。連中はね、お尋ね者のハイエンドだよ。
Huh.
誰か一人でも首を取れば人生7回は遊んで暮らせる。
So they have just kind of been kicking it since World War II.
つっても魅力的なのは金じゃねえ。要は連中がちょっとありえないレベルの変態どもだっつうことだ。
Shiro narrowed his eyes, uttering the name as though he had just told a rather clever joke.
清掃13騎士団。お前ピンとこねえのかよ。この
連中の格好を見て何も見当つかなかったわけじゃないんでしょ？
Germans, black uniforms, cruelty that deviated from the norm, and xenophobia based on elitism. Yeah, you'd have to be crazy not to realize who they were. Even I could figure out that much. They were likely the most despised group of modern times, frequently mentioned as a threat to all mankind, the infamous
ラストバタリオ ナチだよあいつら
Finally, it says it.
しかも2世や3世じゃない
Yep, they're Nazis. Not neo-Nazis, classic Nazis, retro Nazis, OG Nazis.
第二次世界大戦の末期に懸賞金をかけられて今に至るも額が増え続けてる規格外の戦争
13 immortal Nazis have begun to gather in this very city.
人間っていうより怪獣だねそうなりゃ実際ほっとけないでしょ地元民としちゃ丁重にご退去願うしかないわけでつまり
手を組もうって
Honjo wore a detached look, Shiro a smirk. They neither gave an answer to my question, nor raised any objections. From what I could tell, their stake in all this was that they simply wanted to play with fire. They sure as hell didn't do this out of the goodness of their hearts. I had no right to judge them, but they weren't exactly a duo of selfless heroes, that much was clear. They wanted to partake in bizarre situations far removed from a mundane day-to-day life. Shiro would likely call it a fresh genre he had yet to experience before. I found it ridiculous, foolish, and outright incomprehensible. But there were definitely benefits in teaming up with them. Knowledge was power, as they had said, and using these guys for their information wouldn't be such a bad choice. But I cut them down with a curt response. The scariest thing about those freaks was how they were practically immune to conventional attacks. Shiro might have been anything but normal or conventional, but not even he would last long in a fight against them. This wasn't some petty gang war. Exactly. They'd be no match for them. With a bunch like this under Shiro's command, he could likely get his hands on all sorts of weapons, but it wouldn't mean jack. Bullets would just bounce off those monsters. War was like one big game to them. I hesitated for a moment, but I no longer cared. They already knew. I have the means and a weapon to fight and kill those bastards.
関わっても死ぬだけだ。ずっと裏方に徹するほどおとなしくもないだろうし、俺とつるんでたら狙われるぞ。だから。
俺は別にお前と一緒に戦わせてくれって頼んでるわけじゃねえんだけどな。
Oh, Shiro, I love you. Shiro interrupted my resolute attempt at rejecting him in a bored turn.
俺がどこで何やろうと、お前には関係ねえだろ。こっちはこっちで好きにするし、まあ組めりゃそれが一番いいがね。そうじゃなきゃダメだっていうわけでもない。俺が動くのを
He's seriously a regular human that wants to go up against those inhuman beasts. I instinctively rose to my feet. I was genuinely pissed. When would this jackass stop fucking around? If I had to be completely honest, I didn't give a damn about what he did. But if he ended up recklessly getting himself killed, I'd... Honjo interrupted just as I was about ready to punch Shiro in the face. She might have feigned boredom, but the look in her eyes meant business. That may have been true, but I still had more of a chance in a fight than those two.
100% 死ぬのが分かってる奴らを関わらせられるかよ。
100%.
じゃあ、確率上がるように話してよ。
For a moment, his reply left me both confused and speechless. Shiro mockingly pointed to Marie.
この子、何者だよ、レン。お前はどうやってあの連中とやり合うんだ？
I couldn't tell them. Besides, it would achieve nothing, and not even I fully comprehended the precise logic behind the whole thing.
連中がいろいろと度外れてるのは知ってるよ。一番の問題は何を食らわしゃ殺せるのかっていうことだ。
At this point, Shiro, I'm not sure you could nuke them, and it would do anything.
レン、お前は奴らをやれるんだろう。ならどうやって、どのように、どこからそれを手に入れる？博物館の展示品が
I felt my heartbeat accelerate. A guillotine slumbered within my arm, the cradle that Marie manifested from. Shiro had likely realized at least that much, even if faintly. Normally, people would call me a nutjob if I said something like that, something that ridiculous. But this guy didn't view things through the filter of common sense, and would likely believe any absurd story I'd tell him if there was a logical explanation to back it up. In which case, what was I supposed to do here? Keeping it a secret would not make him back down at all. Perhaps the best choice would be to tell him everything I knew, potentially raising his chances of survival. But that would... I stood up, silently taking Marie's hand in the process. This guy. Look at this guy. I like this guy.
ああ、分かってるよ。お前の性格くらいはな。それでお前も俺の性格は分かってるよな。ああ。
I answered with his gun still thrust at my temple. The guy's got a gun! In the end, giving him a live demonstration was the only way he'd understand. Closing my eyes, I gripped the gun with my right hand. I had to use as little power as possible unless I wanted him to end up with one arm less. I kept gripping Marie's hand while focusing my mind, concentrating on a single word, cut. And the moment I did that, his gun ended up cleaved in half, rendering it useless. Thankfully, Shiro remained unhurt. I uttered that in the calmest voice I could muster. Shiro and Honjo made no reply, and instead stared at the broken gun with deep curiosity. I hoped I'd managed to finally get through their thick skulls. My aim was to give them a scare, but the fact they barely even reacted made me feel uneasy. You didn't scare them! They're curious. In fact, it might have just had the opposite effect. Though regretting my actions, I decided to just put it aside and leave. I hesitated whether or not to go on. And with that, Marie and I left. I wasn't sure if this would be enough to ward them off, but unfortunately I had no time for them. Unless I defeated Sakurai and Rusalka by this weekend, Kasumi would be in danger. I should just focus on accomplishing that task and nothing else for now. I didn't have time to keep playing with them. As I mentally said my farewells to Shiro, I hoped never see him again. Still, I felt relieved to have seen him safe and sound. As Ren Fuji left the room with a sour look on his face, Ellie heaved a faint sigh. She specifically ordered the other patrons to leave him be, so there probably wouldn't be any unwanted trouble. More importantly, though... Figuring out what to do with her companion, who was about ready to leave with joy, felt like the bigger problem. Oh my god, look at that face. Look at that face. Look at that expression. Clutching the broken gun in his hand, Shiro began to twirl it by the trigger as he whistled cheerfully, showing not an iota of concern about the possibility of a misfire.
いや、なんつうかこう笑えるな。漫画みたいで面白い。やっぱ人生こうでないとつまんねえ。あいつは昔からいろいろ飽きないネタを持ってきてくれるんだわ。自分は普通だって顔しながら実は一番変態なんだぜ。ウケるだろ。
とりあえずそこのコメントは控えさせてもらうけど、まあなかなかいいんじゃない？少なくとも。
Yeah, but like Ren's only got his honor because he's Mercurius's replacement. He's Zarathustra. Arguing with Shiro would be meaningless at this point. His fuse had already been lit. After mumbling a complaint or two, Ellie directed her gaze at the ceiling.
Okay, わかった。いってらっしゃい。その代わり手ぶらで帰ってきたら許さないよ。あんたすぐ遊ぶんだから。
ああ、言われなくても分かってるって。せいぜい期待して待ってろよ。で、
はいはい。これでしょ。
Ellie produced something resembling a thermos. Though its contents remained a mystery, judging by how casually she threw it over to Shiro, it was likely nothing dangerous, although it was unlikely it was just a simple drink either. Wait, is he seriously gonna go out on the scene and fight one of them, like, right now? Oh my god. Oh my. Shiro flashed a wolfish grin, casually throwing the thermos from one hand to the other. Ellie was more than aware once a certain fire lit up in his eyes there was no stopping him. Which would explain why she heaved a sigh of resignation.
いや、私としてはそれなりに長く遊びたいんで、あっさり行かれたらつまらんわけよ。でも言うだけ無駄だろうから困ったなーって感じが本音。
Barking a laugh at Ellie's words, Shiro turned around.
じゃあまあ、せいぜい長く楽しめるように遊んでくるわ。
After leaving the club, I walked the streets of the shopping district with Marie in tow. The city wasn't in the boonies, but walking around with a foreign girl at night really did make me stand out. I could feel a load of curious stares. Good afternoon, Val. That happened during the day as well, but at a time like this, I'd have to... No, wait. After rethinking things, I took hold of Marie's hand again.
な、どこか行きたいところはある？
行きたいところ？
あ。
Having said that, though, she only knew a handful of places around town.
タワーに。
I somehow knew she'd say that. Once we'd arrived, Marie stared at the lit-up tower with a blank expression.
綺麗だね。
Due to being a bit of a date spot, the place was fairly crowded, even at night. Still, I figured it was much safer than the shopping district, seeing how everyone here was busy focused on themselves. They didn't bother paying attention to anyone else. No longer having to endure dozens of stairs sizing us up, I finally allowed myself to relax a little and sat down on a nearby bench with Marie. Okay then, now what? I knew what to do and felt fully prepared to do it, but had no concrete plan. The ache in my neck remained the only reliable way to find my enemies, but I couldn't count on that all the time. Drawing their attention could work, but would only end up involving innocent civilians, which put me in a bit of a deadlock. Now that I'd flat out rejected Shiro, I couldn't count on his intelligence network, and blindly looking for the bastards probably wouldn't yield any results either. It would help if I could predict where they'd show up, but that wasn't happening. As I continued aimlessly pondering all that, I felt someone tugging at my sleeve.
ねえレン、あれ見て。
Yes, they are wonderful eyes.
あの人、どうして泣いてるの？
Alright, Marie pointed to a man and woman a short distance away. They appeared to be a couple. Got myself lost in those eyes, it seems.
いや、なんでだろうな。
I found myself slightly bewildered by having to suddenly face such a realistic topic. The woman was crying as the man continued comforting her. A common sight,
ど
really.
こか痛いのかな？
どうだろう。
何かね、女の人がごめんなさい。それで男の人は気にしてないとか。あの人たちは何を話してるのかな？
I was surprised by how sharp her ears seemed to be, but to my misfortune that only led Marie to once again taking an interest in something rather troublesome. What are they talking about? I can't make heads or tails of this. Why is the woman apologizing? From what I could gather based on Marie's comments, the man appeared to have either confessed to her and was turned down, or there was something else she did along those lines. She was apologizing for having hurt him.
あれは別に、痛くて泣いてるわけじゃないと思うぞ。
どういうこと？
I'm bad at stuff like this, mortals. I would not be able to know without the specific wording.
心が痛くて泣くってこともあるんだけど、多分あれはそうじゃない。
The situation seemed totally flipped on its head. The man probably should have been the one doing the crying, but seeing how the woman broke down in tears first, he could neither cry himself nor blame her. Talk about one messed up turn of events. It felt like I'd witnessed something I shouldn't have, but now that I'd been asked, I decided to explain how I felt about
あ
it.
れは演技っていうか、自己暗示っていうか、とにかく一種の保身かな。マリーはあの人を見てびっくりしたろ？泣いてるやつってのは割と特別扱いされるから。ああいう場合、具体的に言うと、泣けば優しくされるんだよ。
Even the wrongdoer could become the victim. Convincing the other party that you were suffering as well could help settle things without making you out to be the bad guy.
要するに、私かわいそうだからいじめないでって言ってるんだよ。
Crocodile tears? Marie tilted her head in confusion. Admittedly, it was all speculation on my part, but after watching them for a while, it appeared I wasn't far off the mark. The woman suddenly slapped the man.
今のはどうして？
多分、男が嫌味でも言ったんじゃ
I had nothing but sympathy for him as a fellow man. You saw this kind of situation all the time in both real life and the world of fiction, but I had no clue how one was supposed to properly handle it. Women manipulate you with their tears. I mean, it's not... I don't think he was saying it's unique to women. I know that I cry all the time. So I decided to reverse the question.
マリーはああいう女の気持ちとかわかる？
わかんない。ごめんなさいって謝るなら謝った方が悪いんだよね。なのになんでか最後は男の人が悪いみたいな感じになっちゃった。ああいうことが当たり前なの？
どうだろうな。
As strange as it was, if the majority ended up believing in something, then it suddenly would become an accepted truth in our society. In the end, that was probably just life.
例えば、かすみならなんて言うと思う？
さあ。
I can barely understand the situation in the first place. Would she be pissed off by the woman's attitude, or would she instead sympathize with her? Either way, she would no doubt say something extreme. Still, I felt like I was being a bit biased the whole time, so I decided to back the woman up a little.
まあ、結局のところ感情が抑えられなかっただけかもしれないな。最後のビンタはともかくとして、謝りながら泣くっていうのは正直わからないこともない。
Self-hatred for having done something horrible, guilt at having hurt the man. She knew crying made her cowardly, but once she started, the tears wouldn't stop, leading to one vicious spiral.
ある意味、ああいうのの方がすごく人間らしいことかもしれない。どっちが正しいとか間違ってるとか全部理屈で説明ついたら、それはそれでつまんなそうだし、意識せずにって前提なら、矛盾も必要じゃないかと思うよ。
Yes, contradictions are fine sometimes, mortals. It's very difficult, I feel, to be 100% consistent in your entire existence. I don't feel I wouldn't hold anyone to such a standard. But yes, provided it's unconscious. I felt a little embarrassed. That sounded unlike me. Marie's expression, however, remained sincere.
じゃあ、レンは白って人にも。
She may have just poured salt into my wound.
レンはシローに怒ってたけど、嫌いなわけじゃないんでしょ？
I was convinced I had never wanted to see him again, but when I did meet him, I felt somewhat relieved. He genuinely pissed me off, and I couldn't care less if he died in a ditch somewhere, but I didn't want him to get caught up in all this. And Kasumi being worried about him was a true, not just some flimsy excuse.
別に、あんなのただのバカ野郎だよ。昔からあいつが絡んでくるとろくなことが起こらない。だから自衛っていうか、つまり自分のためにやったことで、俺はもうあいつに引っかき回されるのがうんざりなんだよ。ただそれだけ。
Marie smiled as she listened to me complain, but contrary to what I had expected her to say,
かわいいね。
We're in, lads. First Kasumi, then Himuro, Rusalka, and now even Marie had labelled me as such. Yeah, Ren, join the club, buddy. I know what it's like for people to call you cute and it to irritate you, but but for some reason it didn't irritate me as much this time. Sure, it was embarrassing, but I couldn't find it in myself to make a comeback.
多分また会えると思うよ。だってシローはレンのことが大好きだから。
ああ、その。
Oh, I didn't know they were like. Oh, I didn't know Shiro swung that way. Could she, like, stop saying things that made me sick to the stomach and also potentially be taken the wrong way? He was like a curious kid faced with a pet or a toy wanting to play around with it until it broke. All he cared about was having fun, even if it led targets of his interest to an early grave. But that still didn't mean I understood him. Still, I gave an exasperated shrug and stopped complaining. Just then...
レン、どうかした？
Oh? Oh? Yeah, just a tiny bit of bromance. I'm honestly, with the concept of bromance, I feel like I could go on a date with a bro. If it was just, you know, platonic.
いや、人が。
Are we going into it now? Are we going into it now? There were a fair few number of people around us until a moment ago, but now it was just the two of us. That couple from before was similarly nowhere in sight. Yep, it's starting. I felt my entire body covered in goosebumps as a dull ache began to throb in my neck. Could this be? I wrapped my arm around her. Marie was essentially a ghost. The only reason I could talk to her like this was because I'd been maintaining her in the physical world through my Yetzira. And now I had to change her form into something else entirely. Ah, we'll make a date of it. I see. I only know we'll make a day of it. I didn't know there was we'll make a date of it. I know it's a date. Is something people say. All in order. Alright, let's go. To fight. To defeat those bastards. Let's go! I could undo the formation for a moment and return her to my body. It was probably possible if I concentrated really hard, but I wanted her consent first. Marie looked right into my eyes. Let's go! I would just say make a night of it. You can have daytime dates and nighttime dates. I assume. I've never been on one. I've never been on a date in my life. So I have no idea what they entail. And if you can have them in the morning or in the evening or anything like that. Maybe you can have all day dates. Who knows? Not me. Smiling, she nodded at me as her body vanished, instantly giving birth to a certain weight in my right arm. I could feel her dwelling within. I took a deep breath and rose to my feet. Let's dance! I could perceive my surroundings with renewed sharpness, possibly due to Marie having returned to me. This was no longer a public square teeming with people. It had transformed into a battlefield heavy with bloodlust, with each breath I took sapping me of stamina. I mean, I've gone on holiday before, right? And I feel like a lot of the stuff that I've gone on holiday, you know, seeing sights and eating out at places, I feel like if I did that with another person, they would constitute dates. But I've done them, I mostly either did them solo or with a family member. I believe so, but I don't believe the manager channel has gotten back to me on that, so I don't know, maybe I've been stood up? Who knows? I would say it wouldn't be the first time, but it would be the first time, because one has to be asked on a date in the first place to get stood up. So, I've never been stood up. Alright. It's Wilhelm! And the source of that bloodlust now descended from above! I immediately jumped backwards as the spot I'd been standing on earlier was smashed apart by something invisible. The paved ground had been pierced, leaving behind a deep hole. Almost like a stake had been driven right into it. Yeah! The man's mocking tone rang familiar in my ears. There was no way I'd ever forget that voice. His aim might have been off, but it was definitely him. Wilhelm! The ivory demon cackled as his entire body exuded a demonic aura akin to a heat haze, much like last time. I'm turning up the audio a bit. Forget the public property, we're gonna fight! But things would be different this time. He nearly killed me the night before as I had no way to fight back. Not anymore though. I had now had both a weapon and a reason to fight. Let's go! As I put myself on guard, Wilhelm continued staring at me with eyes that glowed a bright hue of crimson even behind the sunglasses. The color of undiluted rapture. Yeah! His tone displayed not a speck of rage or sorrow over his comrade's demise. I had no interest in these bastards' personal relations, but it appeared he didn't merely come here to exact revenge. Yeah, wild indeed. Yeah, wild, let's get wild. Wildy, let's get wild, mortals. Let's get wild. Let's laugh uproariously. Best lick your lips before diving into this scrumptious buffet of kick-ass that we're about to enjoy. Raising his right hand, Wilhelm focused all his wicked energies into it, just like earlier when he... An invisible impact came flying from... No, wait, not quite invisible. Open your eyes, feel it on your skin, gouge out your old eyeballs and throw them away! I altered my perception, returning my senses to the supernatural, the extraordinary, and with that... I could see it, comprehend it. This was a stake, a fang to pierce all in its path. Wilhelm's honor. I dodged it, not by relying on sheer instinct, but through sight, a feat impossible to the average person, but very much within the realm of possibility for someone like me, who had already mastered formation. Following a tempest of stakes, Wilhelm closed in on me without missing a beat. As soon as I dodged a blow from the right, he launched a kick at my temple. His strikes came faster than ever before, and a third one there would have literally killed me. Likely killed me, had I been my former weak self. However... Guarding his attacks with my arms left them numb. I felt a shock akin to an explosion going off in my temples, but I still remained conscious. Wilhelm's blows smashed the pavement, broke large trees, and shattered iron fences. No normal human being could have blocked them, and yet I... Thank you for the compliment regarding my laugh, by the way. It hadn't quite sunk in back when I fought Spine, but there was no longer any room for doubt. My body was just as inhuman as these freaks. Oh, Wilhelm, you're not the only one getting hot and bothered. Let's go. Let's bring her out. My neck and right arm began to ache as though in concert with Wilhelm's ecstatic outburst of joy. In contrast to Marie's purity, the guillotine was a concentration of bloodlust and malice. Perceiving the aura of a kindred being, it audibly recomposed my body. But I couldn't allow it to run berserk. Unless I kept a tight hold on the reins and my sanity, I wouldn't be able to defeat these bastards. But provided I could do all that, they were by no means invincible. But as those very thoughts flashed through my mind... Oh, come on. Leonhardt, don't get in the way of my fun. I realized it only applied to one-on-one fights. Something like this would complicate matters. With her joining the fray, the battle had now turned into a two-on-one encounter. Hardly unpredictable, but I'd be lying if I said this didn't make things more dangerous. I'm not. I'm certainly not. I want Leonhardt to go away. I want a one-on-one with Wilhelm. Let's go. Come on. Yes, I'm yours. I'm yours, Wilhelm. You're mine. I'm yours. Let's fight. Let's kill. Kay can go play by herself. After practically spitting out her words, Sakurai turned back towards me. Wait, what? We're not fighting? Oh, come on. Wilhelm, you can't tease me like that. You got me all hot and bothered, and now you're just gonna... Oh. Oh, this is the worst. Oh. The hell? I found myself at a complete loss. What did she mean by come with us? What's unsay-so of me? I wanted to fight! What is unsay-so about a knockdown, drag-out brawl? Just two men trying to kill each other with supernatural powers. Tell me one thing, Velik, that is unsay-so about that. Not a thing. There is nothing unsay-so about murder. That is literally the exact wording that Wilhelm used. I was copying him. Spine used that title to refer to their current commander, so talking to him would mean walking right into their main base? What a joke. You can't revoke my license. Val, you can't revoke my license, you don't have that authority. I don't see how it's terrible. I am hot and bothered over it. The prospect of a fight gets me all revved up. I get fired up, I get heated. It really revs my engine, it makes me go like that. Yes, exactly, Wilhelm. I prefer to box or do karate rather than wrestle. I've never been interested in the grappling arts. I much prefer strikes to grapples. But then that would mean that anyone using grappling against me would be extremely effective. I think I'd be weak to grappling. I wouldn't know any counters. I wouldn't know how to get out of a lock. So anyone using wrestling against me would be very successful, I feel. I hated to admit it, but Wilhelm was right. I had no intention of accepting any offers from them. And there was a silver lining to this overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation. If they were not actively trying to kill me, there was no reason for me not to take advantage of that. Besides... Sakurai narrowed her eyes. I had no clue exactly how powerful she was, but I knew I couldn't take her lightly. In all honesty, I didn't feel too hot about having to fight a woman either, but whatever. Yes, Wilhelm, this is just for the boys! Just for the lads! No girls allowed at this fight party. Wilhelm's expression had shifted to a sneer, while Sakurai's to a look of disappointment as they both turned to face me. Yes! Yes, if you're a man, keep on struggling until you cough up blood. This party's getting crazy, Wilhelm! The first strike came from Wilhelm at a speed outclassing all his previous attacks, yet I managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. A kick flew at me from above at almost the exact same time. I expected those two to be out of sync given their conflicting personalities, but their timing was impeccable. I barely managed to defend myself, but the hard impact echoed all the way to my tiptoes. The enemy fighting barehanded didn't mean I owed them the courtesy to do the same, but if they kept up with those rapid-fire attacks, I wouldn't have any time to form my R-nerve. As a result, I was forced to fight a defensive battle while still barehanded. My two opponents' attacks were as starkly contrasted as their personalities. In other words, Wilhelm fought like a beast with effective speed and strength that completely ignored any sense of form, while Sakurai relied on disgustingly precise hand-to-hand fighting moves straight out of a textbook. Ooh, I wonder if she knows Baji Kwan. I wonder if she's using Baji Kwan. That'd be cool. Large, wild swings from the former and quick, compact strikes from the latter, the combination of which allowed no room for counterattacks. Things would just keep getting worse for me if this kept up. I still hadn't taken any direct blows, but it eventually whittled down my stamina, so now was my only chance. I took Sakurai's kick head-on without dodging it, as I wouldn't be able to counterattack unless I allowed one of them to hit me. There was no other choice. At the very least, taking one of her attacks would probably not render me unable to do battle. The kick into my solar plexus ended up being stronger than I had anticipated, but not to the point of crushing my organs. Putting aside my newfound resilience, Sakurai was likely not lying about not wanting to kill me. I grabbed her ankle, dragging it towards me. With the three of us all lined up in a straight line, Wilhelm could no longer reach me. Got him. Paying no heed to that, Wilhelm launched another attack. Was he seriously planning to strike right through Sakurai? Alerted to the danger, Sakurai attempted to twist her body without freeing herself from my grasp, but she was a moment too late. Just as my mind's eye pictured Wilhelm's arm piercing right through Sakurai's chest and reaching my face. That future ended up averted in the nick of time. The fact that Sakurai used her free leg to... Wait. That was a gun. Oh my god. Is it him? That future ended up averted in the nick of time. The fact that Sakurai used her free leg to kick Wilhelm away, thus sending all three of us flying away from each other, was hardly even worthy of mentioning. No, instead... What gave more cause to surprise was the gunshot that rang out right before that. It saved both me and Sakurai. Wilhelm stood up, his smirk completely gone. Though his voice was quiet, its tone carried evident indignation. But not because he had been kicked by Sakurai, or robbed of his chance to kill me. It was the gunshot that set him off. Spitting out the bullet he caught between his teeth, the ivory demon let out a rasping growl. Yeah! Wait. Oh my god. It is, isn't it? Yeah! And only then did I realize that Shiro Yusa had been standing back to back with me with an invincible smirk that showed a complete lack of interest in Wilhelm's rage. I'm saving here. I'm saving this CG. Look at this! Look at it! All he has is a gun! All he has is a gun, mortals! It's literally... These are supernatural beings fighting with incredible supernatural powers. Superhumans, all. This guy has a guillotine, a supernatural guillotine in his right arm and is immune to gunshots. This cocky son of a gun, Shiro has walked out here with just a gun. Completely mortal, flesh and blood, absolute cold as ice. Yeah! I love you, Shiro! Shiro! What is it with guys named Shiro and being absolutely drop-dead sexy? That's what I want to know. Yeah! His tone reflected not a shred of fear. That goddamn idiot. I told him not to get involved, and yet...
What? 今のはチート危なかったんじゃねえの実際。その辺、俺に感謝の言葉とかないのかよ。なあ、そっちの姉ちゃん、お前もだよ。日本人なら礼儀正しく行こうや、お互い。別にお前を助ける気なんかなかったけど、結果的にそうなったんだから、何か言うことがあるんじゃねえの？Like
me, Sakurai replied to Shiro's nonsensical remarks with silence. He's so cool! I couldn't tell if she was exasperated or confused, or perhaps both. Honestly, not even I was sure how I felt.
まあとにかくこれで2対2っていうことだな。
2-on-2, let's go! The only thing I could say for sure was that he had stuck his nose where he shouldn't have. No turning back now. Nothing I could say would make him retreat. Not that these bastards would let him. He really was a bona fide idiot. No sane person would willingly get involved with this bloodshed, though Shiro being a bit of a nutjob was hardly news to me. Despite knowing it was pointless, I still addressed him. Oh, I was mentally begging for him to just go.
さっきも言ったろうが、俺が動くのをお前に止められる覚えはねえ。あんま束縛きつすぎると人間関係うまくいかんぜ。バカスミにしろ俺にしろ、お前の都合に合わせて生きてるわけじゃねえんだし。
He's so cool.
お前にとっちゃ人生主役はお前だろうが、俺にとっちゃ俺が主役だ。脇役の言うことなんか聞かねえっての。
Yes, everyone, you're all the protagonists of your own life stories. Yeah.
そうだろうが。
Yeah. I simply glared at him in silence. In the end, it was Wilhelm who ultimately spoke up.
よあ、てめえさっきから何好き勝手なことペラ回してやがる。いきなり出てきて気持ちよくラリってんじゃねえぞ小僧が。
Yeah.
うるせえだ。
No, repeat that in full.
うるせえ黙れ。
Uruse damare. A thunderous roar. No, 3 roars broke out in succession. Sparks flew from Shiro's gun, as if to tell Wilhelm he was wasting his breath. Oh my...
こっちが話してる最中だろうが。口挟むなよ、白髪野郎。
He's so cool. This guy really knew no fear. To shoot at someone twice without hesitation only went to show that he was even more screwed up in the head than before. But this time he picked the wrong guy to mess with.
おい、進歩のガキだなお前も。
Wilhelm appeared more irritated than astonished as he brushed his fingers along his chest, where the bullets hit, sending the crushed pieces of metal to fall to the pavement with a clink.
前にも言ったろ、学習しろや劣等人種。
Right, guns didn't work on these bastards. I could only hope that gave Shiro enough of a hint.
一緒に戦ってくれなんて頼んでない。悪いことは言わないから早く逃げろよ。
まったく釣れないね。どいつもこいつも。
And this jackass could still go on laughing despite the situation.
なあレン、あいつ俺にやらせろよ。チンピラはチンピラ同士、優等生は優等生同士。お前、女丸め込むの得意だろ。
Oh my god. Oh my god, he's so cool. He's so cool. On what grounds? God, where did he get all that stupid composure from?
2対2でちょうどいい。俺はあいつで、お前は
Literally me. Sakurai. True, my goal today was to beat her, but Wilhelm wasn't someone you could pass off as a joke. Shiro was only getting in the way. I couldn't afford to worry about him, but what was I supposed to tell Kasumi if Shiro did end up getting himself killed? Sakurai spoke up, her voice interrupting my inner conflict.
もう手遅れよ。だって
今さら逃がすとでも思ってんのか。これも前に言ったよな。俺を攻撃した以上、次なんかね。
The die had already been cast, there was no going back now. So at the very least, it'd be for the best to eliminate one of them as quickly as possible in a 2-on-1 confrontation, preferably the stronger one, in other words, Wilhelm. In order to do that, I need perfect mutual understanding with my partner, but...
ところで、今月の星占いにあったんだけどよ。俺ってほら、魚座じゃん？
A Pisces?
どうもカニ座と相性いいらしいのよ。
Isn't Ren a Cancer? I no longer had any clue what was going through his
お
mind.
前、何座だったっけ？動物系だっけ？物系だっけ？つがおい、ノリ悪いんだよさっきから。お前もしかして餃子とかヤクザとかブリザード級のギャグ言おうとしてるんじゃないだろうな。
そんなわけないだろう。
His bullshit was not just giving me a headache, it downright made me dizzy. On second thought, maybe he would be better off dead. After heaving a long sigh, I addressed the idiot behind me.
フォローなんか期待するなよ。
そりゃ俺のセリフだっつ。
Jesus, why did I have to stand back to back with this guy now of all times? I thought we'd never see each other again. We may have had this unpleasant but inseparable kind of relationship, but goddamn. I just want to point out,
フォローなんか期待するなよ。
そりゃ俺のセリフだ。
two people standing back to back saying these 2 lines is cool as heck! Yeah!
喧嘩の蹴りはどっちがこれに生き残るかでつけようや。
He was talking like one of us was going to die.
じゃあてめえらよ。
An ominous shockwave gushed out of Wilhelm's right hand in an instant. It was his Arnob's activation. Seeing how it wasn't quite formation, Shiro's human eyes probably weren't able to perceive it. He fired off an invisible stake in our direction with the casual movement of someone trying to squash a bug. The shocking part came right after that. I tried to push Shiro out of the way, but the only thing I felt was thin air. He reacted to that attack faster than I did. Not only that, he thrust his gun right at Wilhelm's temple, then pulled the trigger. The sheer swiftness of his actions earned an impressed look from Sakurai. I myself was completely taken aback. A mere human like Shiro was able to dodge an attack from an Arnerb, close the distance between himself and Wilhelm, and shoot the bastard at point-blank range. Unbelievable. Naturally, it wasn't a fatal attack by any stretch of the imagination, but this still should have been impossible. He's an ikemen. Wilhelm's sunglasses were smashed, exposing his bare, emotionless face. He simply glared at Shiro in silence, displaying no response to his provocation. And then... Oh yeah! Absolutely, he's probably using like, I bet the drinker from earlier was some sort of superhuman drug or something, but man. Oh, Shiro, you're so cool. I wasn't sure how it happened, but he didn't appear to be normal either. Well, not the same guy he was 2 months ago at least. This unexpected confrontation ultimately culminated in the following state of affairs. I'd be taking on Sakurai, while Shiro would fight Wilhelm. Oh, I really wanted to fight Wilhelm though. I really did. Wilhelm Ehrenberg pondered. Although a scoundrel who acted superior to everyone else, Wilhelm still had a keen eye for all things concerning battles. His narcissistic traits had never placed him in an unfavorable situation, not once. As such, even as he felt himself trembling with blinding rage, he continued to calmly analyze the opponent standing before him. The boy was undoubtedly human. He sensed none of the grim atmosphere particular to one who had been blessed with the ways of sorcery. Then how in the world had he... Interesting. He had considered him to be mere small fry, but it seemed like he proved to be significantly more than fun than expected. Even in the face of the ivory demon's beastly gaze, likely to cause most to faint, Shiro remained calm with a smile on his lips. The boy was likely a bold one to begin with, yet Wilhelm's senses hadn't dulled enough to be content with such an explanation. He acknowledged the young man's exceptional athletic ability, and realized he was no stranger to violent fights. But the terrifyingly colossal gap between his and Wilhelm's strength should have been evident to the boy. He should have realized that victory was but a pipe dream. Fear, uneasiness, anxiety, none of these self-preservative traits must have functioned properly within Shiro. He was enjoying being caught between a rock and a hard place. Only one conclusion remained. This was a rampage. Assuming that sanity had really taken leave of him, the boy was burning up his last drops of fuel, pushing his body's performance to his limits. His cockpit, his brain, had neither seatbelt nor parachute. Regardless of whether they were separating a sense of pain or amplifying his 5 senses, the intracerebral narcotics that caused those effects were generally a powerful and short-lived drug. It was as though the young man's body had been locked into a perpetual state of life-threatening situation response, all of its limits removed. Shiro snorted, clearly not caring in the slightest. Arrogance, nonsense. There was not knowing one's place, and then there was this. But even if he was bluffing, he still had balls to say it. Not bad.
そりゃよかったよ注意殿。マジで暴れんのは久しぶりで調子出ねえなら手加減しようか。なんだお前。
Oh, this is too good.
俺とやり合いてえのか。
They really are similar types.
まさか
Oh.
バカこけ。
Shiro's coat fluttered as he laughed off Wilhelm's barrage of nonsensical questions.
さっきレンのやつは強い方から潰そうと考えてたみたいだが、そりゃ違うよな。
Look at how cool that looks. Mortals, it's time I make a bit of a confession. Ever since watching Trigun and then Full Metal Alchemist as a kid, with Vash the Stampede and Edward Elric as the protagonists, I've had an affinity for blondes in red coats. And boy howdy is Shiro a kick-ass blonde in a red coat. Let's go. Oh yeah, man. Trigun is my favorite anime. I love Trigun. I love it to pieces.
ごちゃまんするときはまず弱いやつを潰すんだよ。確実に消せるところから消していく。つまり
Naturally, this team-up was born for that very reason.
あのガキがレオンをやるまでの間、お前は俺の足止めか。なるほど。
I recommend it, Val.
意外に目端が利く。
I really do.
だが正直あの坊ちゃんに
Oh.
女を殺せるかどうか。
Oh, Wilhelm, you don't get it.
何せ猿同士、ガキ同士、共感するところもあるだろうし。
Oh, Wilhelm, you don't get it. You don't get it. You poor stupid Wilhelm, you don't get it. He's saying that you're the weak one.
まあそりゃ実際怪しいとこだが、あいつはあれで結構容赦ない性格もしてるんだよ。場合によっちゃガキでも遠慮なんかしやしねえよ。それに
The Desert Eagle glimmered with a black luster in the dark of night. Shiro was spinning all 2 kilograms of the world's most powerful pistol with his left index finger as he made another jovial remark. Is that true? Is the Deagle really the world's most powerful pistol? I wonder.
俺は一言もお前が強い方だとは言ってないぜ。
Yeah! An orchestra of blinding muzzle flashed. As deafening roars burst forth in an instant, a series of bafflingly impossible curved shots that completely disregarded all the basics and theories of proper ballistics. Normally, anyone who tried to pull off a stunt like that with such a large caliber gun would sooner destroy their own wrist than the target. However...
それなら聞くが、一番弱いのは誰だ小僧。
Oh no. Shiro's Desert Eagle rounds went flying towards his opponent's midline, heading for all vital spots from his brow to his heart without even the slightest bit of deviation. The only problem was that Wilhelm ended up catching all of them with his bare hands. As the crushed bullets scattered on the ground, Wilhelm went on with a taunt.
今さらこんなもんは挨拶代わりにもならねえぞ。何か手があるならさっさと見せな。いくらか丈夫で鈍感ってだけのやつが他に芸もなく俺の前に立ったってんならお前。
There's also a bunch of different Deagles, the 3.7, 0.375, 0.44, and the 0.50 AE Deagle, everyone knows. Interesting. I didn't know there were multiple kinds of Desert Eagle. Wilhelm's body began to tremble, his relaxed movements and posture reminiscent of that of a predator about to sink its fangs into its prey. Yeah. The blow launched by Wilhelm was merciless, brimming with strength, and exhibiting speed far surpassing any human standards, a full-blown attack of his current Asaya degree without even the slightest hint of restraint. In other words, this was a test of sorts. If his opponent was a normal human, he'd likely die in one shot with no hope of a counterattack, but should he survive, even for a few seconds, he could be classified as a low-grade superhuman, in which case he'd be worth devouring right here and now. And in the end, Shiro passed that magnificently dangerous test with flying colors. He used a completely different method to stave off a strike that would otherwise be impossible to evade or block through mere human strength, reflexes, and stamina. The blow itself was impossible to dodge, besides, the average man would likely be completely paralyzed by fear. With his sense of danger lacking, the only thing Shiro could do was hit Wilhelm's arm with the grip of his gun. He handled it like a knife, though due to its unwieldy shape, it allowed for just a single trajectory. At a glance, it appeared to be no more than a futile struggle on his part. But that in itself did not prove to be a problem in this case. If one could not evade an attack altogether, all it came down to was avoiding a direct hit, and so he did. Shiro was sent flying, as though he had just come into contact with a speeding train car. He wasn't even swept away by the attack itself, but the air pressure it generated. Wilhelm couldn't help but show a hint of admiration at his opponent's unexpected method of dodging. So basically, he pistol whipped his opponent's arm. Naturally, Shiro didn't escape from that unscathed. He suffered a severe dislocation. A wrong move and his bones would have shattered into pieces. However, the fact remained that he escaped with minimum possible injury. Furthermore, he likely paid no heed to a wound of this caliber. The way he kept firing his gun without missing a beat, despite flying through the air after what should have been a severely painful collision, stood testament to it. There was no longer any doubt that Shiro felt no pain whatsoever. After taking each bullet head-on without dodging, a brisk sensation of numbness spread all throughout Wilhelm's body. His eyes glimmered in a dangerous hue of crimson like embers, while his canines began to extend. After performing a flawless landing, Shiro rose to his feet and flashed a confident smile. Indeed, Shiro's actions only seemed to hasten his own downfall. While his previous exchange of blows with Wilhelm was admirable, he might have been luckier if he had perished then and there. The reason was simple. Most who provoked the Ivory Demon to this extent had met a fate far worse than death. Pass, hard pass. For he was the merciless Kazikube, a demon who literally thirsted for the blood of others. The very air began to sway and tremble, heralding the descent of something monumentally sinister. Wicked energy spurted up like a heat haze, shrouding the vicinity in the foul stench of blood. Surrounded by the kind of miasma that would make a lesser man vacate the contents of their stomachs, Shiro went on in a calm tone. Ah, he's so cool, he's so cool, he's so cool, he's so cool. The shockwaves of Wilhelm's booming cackle pulverized the pavement, destroying even nearby streetlights. Still shaken by a violent fit of laughter, the Ivory Demon recalled how much he enjoyed toying with prey like this. Ah yes, the brat had a bite to match his bark. He would keep things entertaining enough until Wilhelm finally chose to devour his soul. He earnestly hoped the boy wouldn't do anything to kill the mood. At that moment, his body, that had, up till now, been so balanced he could pass off as a ballet dancer, began to twist and bend. He bulged, undulated, and started wriggling like an amoeba, almost like the blood in his body had a will of its own. He can't die at night. Is this guy full-on vampire? The moment he uttered those words, that very blood exploded. Oh! Culminating in the blooming of deformed plants that had been cultivated within the seed bed of his body. Yet they sported neither flowers nor leaves, neither sap nor fruits. All they possessed was the most wicked of essences, for they were the extensions of his bloodlust and a manifestation of his fangs, all throbbing in synchrony with the beating of his heart. Even Shiro found himself at a loss for words, astonished even. The destroyed pavement around Wilhelm crumbled to sand, while the still flickering streetlights vanished without a trace. They completely and literally withered away, squeezed for everything they had. Like Clyphot, the tree of death, Wilhelm drained life from all around him, be it water or electricity, and claimed it all for himself. Inorganic substances were no exception either. One hardly needed too much of an imagination to picture exactly what would befall any living creature devoured by it. Despite being covered from head to toe in the stench of blood, Wilhelm's voice remained contrastively gentle. His words held no falsity, no pretense, only the truth bare and exposed. A splitting, thunderous roar shook the vicinity like the explosion of a cannonball. He couldn't see, no, perceive, a thing. Shiro realized that, in fact, he only heard the roar of an explosion after the blast had already happened. Absolutely seething. As such, all his actions were but a result of reflexes, near superhuman reactions unshackled by the conscious mind. Although the very fact he had prepared the stage to lead to this in the first place could be interpreted as a premeditation action, in truth, the only thing that betrayed his expectations was the scale of the feat his opponent had pulled off. The vending machine he immediately ducked behind for cover was crushed like an empty box of cigarettes. To make matters worse, its blown-away mass had turned into a lethal weapon, crashing straight into Shiro. And that was hardly all. A blood-stained stake shot in his direction, piercing right through the giant lump of iron, veiling his vision. Shiro let out an audible cry of pain. Though the stake didn't hit him directly, it managed to take out a chunk from his flank. Once he'd sent both Shiro and the vending machine flying, Wilhelm chased after his prey and launched a punch at him from above. The only thing that saved Shiro from the fate of getting skewered and pinned under the machine was his series of acrobatic moves made possible only through his inhuman reflexes. As such, what transpired could only be described as a miracle. Once Shiro managed to perform a one-handed back handspring to put some distance between himself and Wilhelm. By the way, a one-handed back handspring is cool as heck, very fitting for Shiro and Wilhelm. The latter shot a stake after him. The first shot was instinct, the second one was fate. Though formation had made them visible, their speed exceeded kinetic vision to begin with. With their power doubled, they were dangerous beyond compare. However, in spite of that, his target dodged them, evaded them. Wilhelm couldn't land a single hit. The numbing heat, the nauseating shudders and chills, the scar on his flank, amounting to no more than a graze, ached with pain 1,000,000 times more maddening in intensity than his dislocated elbow. His agony was not physical in nature, for it felt like a fang had been thrust deep into his very spirit. The accursed weapon violated and devoured the soul, tormenting its prey with a complete disregard for its resilience to pain. Naturally, Shiro neither knew nor comprehended any such principles. There was but one thing he knew, or rather thought. He was dying to roll on the floor and laugh his head off. He felt pain, dread, joy, and above all else, rage, wretched indignation. And the only way to express that cornucopia of emotions was through laughter. Oh, yes. Laugh, Shiro, laugh. The true abnormality occurred right afterwards. Wilhelm launched a fierce attack consisting of entire scores of stakes capable of skewing a normal person 100 times over, yet not a single one of them managed to hit their target. A haul of projectiles like spears held at the ready, showered down upon Shiro, yet he dodged them all while charging ever onwards. Wilhelm paused in amazement. Anyone would likely have done the same in his shoes. Shiro was not fast at all, he was slow even. At the very least, being able to dodge this incessant barrage of stakes should have far exceeded his physical capabilities. So how was he pulling it off? No one should have been repeatedly that lucky. Shiro uttered those absurd remarks right in Wilhelm's face. No man had ever gotten this close to Wilhelm without being hit even once. He had not seen anything this abnormal in his whole 8 decades of carnage and murder. Oh my god, he's fated to not die. He can't die. Shiro struck Wilhelm on the chest as though he was casually messing around with his best buddy. All the while flashing the smile of a kid who'd been caught pulling a prank.
今たまたまそのモードに入ったっつうだけだけどな。四六時中ってわけじゃないんだぜ。だからショック受けんなよ注意殿。別にあんたがしょぼいとか言うわけじゃねえんだしよ。
At that moment, almost like he was trying to shoo away a pesky fly, Wilhelm sent Shiro flying with a single wave of his arm, demonstrating the latter's painfully average speed and resilience for all to see. The sight of it made one question whether or not Shiro's prior acrobatics had all been real. Oh, look at that. He's in full vampire mode. Full plant mode. Wilhelm was left thoroughly confused. He couldn't understand what the deal was with this guy. Was he strong or weak? Was he a joke or was he for real? He couldn't tell, nor was he in any condition for long-winded pondering right now. Anger, shame, and delight. Even if forming his weapon didn't leave him unable to form all but the simplest of thoughts, Wilhelm would have abandoned pursuing those questions any further. For his blood danced in exultation, his heart throbbed with joy. Kazukul Bey, surrendered his body to pure and undiluted frenzy in the face of such a mysterious, unusual prey. He felt like $1,000,000. His voice trembled with passion to the point it made him slur his words. Wilhelm made it his mission to devour the brat, no matter what he had in store for him. Shiro sat up and winked.
The end. Bye bye.
The endo. Bye bye. End of the road, baby. Hasta la vista. With the crack of thunder, he shot a bullet aimed straight at Wilhelm's heart. A pointless attempt, of course, for mere bullets could not harm a knight of the Obsidian Round Table. However, Shiro had touched Wilhelm there just a few seconds ago, and the latter didn't bother to check why he did that. And a moment later, 2 abnormalities occurred. Oh, we're moving over to the other fight now. I'm gonna save. That's a silly pun. That's a really silly pun. Anyway, Sakurai and I made our way across the plaza in front of the tower, all the way over to the nearby Suwahara Bridge. She was the one who led me here. Though I was trying to avoid being separated from Shiro, she cunningly lured me to this place without me even realizing what she was up to. I gritted my teeth in frustration, knowing it was too late. Why do you heavily judge me on my save game file names? They're great file names, okay? I stand by them. Look, we can look at them again. Kasumi a best, beautiful bloodlust, we soul eater now, Kasumi still a best, give Rusaka root, Kasumi. Squall better than K, as when it comes to Leon Hearts. Guillotine girl, heaven and hell, Kasumi still a best. Obviously K is hell and Kasumi is heaven. Kasumi still a best. Kasumi hug equals win. Help. To OL or not to OL. Cut cut cut, hell yeah. KO. Kasumi was the best one, I know, right? Ha, that's okay, thanks Sorain. Alright though.
Shiro.
Would that idiot be alright? I'd seen with my own eyes that his confidence was not misplaced, but that didn't mean he could beat Wilhelm. I hoped he would try and escape, but I also knew, irritatingly well, that he was not that kind of guy. Sakurai heaved a sigh like this was someone else's problem, despite her being the very person making me this flustered. Sakurai's lips formed a faint smile as she gathered the answer from my expression. Let's go then! Again, I hope she's using Baji-Kwan. She then lunged at me without even waiting for me to reply. Shit, that was fast. Her legs slid gracefully along the ground, rising upwards to deliver a kick to my solar plexus. I crossed my arms to block the attack, only to end up being launched into the air. Yeah, AA. Shiro was pretending to date this girl to explain why he was spending time with her to Kasumi, and to explain why he was being so weird. But she's actually our enemy, and we're about to kick her butt. A strike from her right fist soon followed, leaving me with no time to recover. It hit me dead on, knocking me away. God damn it, this was the first time a girl had ever punched me this hard. Some guys might have been into that, but I sure as hell wasn't. I mean, if it was Kasumi, I would be more okay with it. She did an absolute number on my chin. Hell, her punch felt strong enough to tear through iron plating. Sakurai was one of them, no doubt about it. She had enough power to kill people with ease, and had no qualms about using it. What do you mean, wait, what? What is it, Vel? Yeah, be pragmatic. Be pragmatic, Ren. Besides, I'm not grouping you together with normal girls anyway. Yeah, exactly, the blow from Kasumi wouldn't kill you. I can't tell my childhood friend I've been fighting a magical Nazi at night, so I'll just say I'm dating her. Exactly, AA. Yes, some guys would be into that. In the face. Yeah. I mean, people are into all sorts of things. So getting punched in the face, I imagine there are some people who like that. I would not, though. Her smug is weak. Her smug is weak. That's what I have to say about Kay. Her smug is weak. This is a dangerous line, mortals. Mortals, this is a dangerous line. It doesn't do anything for me, but I'm sure that those in the audience who'd enjoy being punched by a cute smug Nazi girl quite appreciate this line. Sakurai charged at me again, jabbing her elbow towards my stomach. She then grabbed my sleeve and lifted me up, performing a shoulder throw. The blow on my back left me choking for air as I grew dizzy from smashing the back of my head. My vision grew dark, but I still made out. Oh, I get it. I am also a sucker for girls in uniforms. I don't know, I think it's this particular uniform that doesn't do too much for me. I do like Rusalka though, so... I twisted my... It might just be because it's Kay. I twisted my neck and dodged right before she could crush my face with her boot. The asphalt cracked with a dull sound as the impact once again sent my body flying. Sakurai caught me and hurled me aside. While trying to endure the violent pain caused by crashing into the bridge's steel frame, I recalled something Sakurai had once said. You can hardly even consider something of this caliber pain, right? Pain signaled that one's body was in danger. My arm might have been in good shape after being driven into the concrete, but the intense pain I felt was clear proof that Sakurai's attacks posed a deadly threat. Right. She was a lethal weapon. It could kill people. Just like back then. Just like him. An abnormality, the existence of which warps the very fabric of common sense. Come on, Ren. Sakurai glided towards me in pursuit. Her speed and strength were both staggering, terrifyingly so. But so were mine. How on earth could she do all this without hesitation? I grabbed her fist mid-punch. Yeah, give it to her. I was scared, in pain, and about to throw up. Did they get a kick out of reducing someone to a state they themselves would never want to be in? Did that make them feel alive or what? Bullshit. She had always been difficult to deal with, in more ways than one, and the fact that I kept meeting her under these circumstances only amplified it. Still, I'd never once lost sight of my initial goal. I remembered the rage that shook my body that night. I hadn't forgotten the vow I took. I'd teach those bastards a lesson for laying waste to our everyday lives, no matter the cost. I recalled her saying that she wanted to attend school some more. A hint of amusement slipped into Sakurai's tone, her arm still being locked in place by my hand. With my gaze a clear reflection of my burning determination and the strength in my hand ready to crush her very bones, I went on. And put my resolve into words. And with that, I pulled on her arm with all my might, flinging her behind me. My throw shot Sakurai right through the fence and up into the night sky. Even I found myself surprised by the ridiculous strength behind the move, but now was not the time to rack my brains over it. What I was, what I could do, and what I meant to accomplish. I'd have all the time in the world to worry about over moral and ethical bullshit once this was over, but now I'd keep myself focused on the situation at hand. In other words, I didn't care if I turned into an irredeemable piece of shit like those assholes. If I could have one wish, it would be for Kasumi and Himuro to never learn about this, about what I had become. Oh fuck, god damn it, I turned into a bona fide lowlife myself! I dashed through the hole Sakurai made in the fence and gave myself to the air. The surface of the water was about 20 meters directly below me, and I couldn't move my body midair like she did. Sakurai, on the other hand, had managed to turn around midair with little to no effort, going as far as to deliver a kick towards me without any sort of foothold. What the hell kind of exquisite weight-shifting technique did she use? Arrogant bitch. We exchanged kicks and punches while falling, and as much as it pained me to admit it, her technique far surpassed mine. But that said,
やっぱり伊達じゃない。あなたこそが藤井か。
Over the deafening howl of the wind during our rapid descent, I could make out hints of passion, admiration, and excitement in her voice. I had no idea what she was so happy about, but we'd be hitting the water in just a few moments. Oh, she's another loving battle maniac.
あなたこそが私たちの恋人。
Sakurai aimed a kick from above at the back of my head while making a comment I couldn't possibly ignore. I blocked it in the nick of time, but ended up crashing into the waves below, sending a grand column of water shooting up into the air. Gritting my teeth at my embarrassing defeat, I immediately got up and surveyed the surroundings. Where did Sakurai land?
すごいわ。本当に信じられない。
She was the one I couldn't believe.
たった数日でこんなにも自分がとんでもない無能に思えてくる。
Sakurai was standing atop the water. Her words may have been oddly self-deriding, but her skill was certainly genuine. She's pulling a vamp! Yes, the punching is how she shows her love. A girl, and one roughly around my age no less, who managed to go toe-to-toe with a bunch of war-crazed veterans of over 60 years. Was this how so-called prodigies were?
天才ね。
She wasn't making a lick of sense to me as usual.
私が今のあなたくらいのものになるまで何人殺して何年かけてきたか知らないでしょ。なんだか少しベイたちの気持ちも分かってきた。あなた、とても腹が立つわ。
At the very same time, I could feel my breathing growing ragged, alongside an overwhelming wave of pressure that made my body feel like it was about to sink. Yet on a completely different level, I also genuinely felt something akin to a lack of oxygen.
喧嘩が強くて誇らしいかって言ったわね。ええ、誇らしいわよ。だって私にはそれしかないもの。
Sakurai's smile appeared faint, weak, and somewhat unstable. She had always spouted her nonsense with that composed look of hers, but could it all have been no more than a mask, a charade on her part?
あなたみたいに血が嫌いで大事な人も
No, 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 no. Don't do Don't do K route first, do Kasumi route first. Where's your... JC, tut tut, tut tut, that's all I'll say.
私みたいなのを糾弾してればさぞかし英雄気分でしょうよ。そうやってかっこいい自分に酔ってればいい。
Oh, don't act like I'm the twisted one. Don't act like I'm the twisted one, Kay. Sakurai cast her gaze downward ever so slightly, her shoulders trembling from laughter. With a chilling smile on her lips, she hurled her naked, exposed feelings at me.
バカらしいわ。あなた死んでよ。ここなら諏訪ス地下も近い。首を持って行ってあげる。
Isn't she the one who's now going absolutely nuts and like off script? Weren't they just supposed to take me to His Excellency, His Eminence, or whatever? Goldilocks? At first, I didn't immediately understand what had just happened. But I was once again staring at the empty air with the surface of the water far below me. Wait, why shouldn't Susan be looking? Oh, right. Was that a steam explosion? Part of the sea was boiling, emitting waves of hot steam. The place I'd been standing at had turned into the pits of hell in an instant. Impossible. How could she generate that much heat in a split second? Oh, Kay's Arnerb is fire. Or heat.
言ったでしょ。睨んで燃やせる敵がいたらどうするのって。
Breaking Kay's limbs so she can never punch again, and then gently taking care of her. That's a bit messed up. Hey, Shinoxil. Remember what I told you about doing? Her words cleared my doubts in an instant.
隠れて後ろから殴ればいい。無理よ。私そんなに鈍くないもの。
The source of the inferno was Sakurai herself, capable of generating staggering levels of heat out of seemingly nowhere. Actually, not quite. I knew the source. I looked down from above.
ええ、これが
Sakurai met my gaze from below.
私の生異物。
Her Arnerb. She has a flaming sword! Sakurai could condense the heat, mold it into form, and wield it as a weapon. A true embodiment of raging flames. It's a sword! She's a sword wielder. Heck yeah. A sword of blazing scarlet, siphoning oxygen from the very air around it. No wonder I couldn't breathe earlier. It appeared I had seriously pissed her off somehow. I couldn't stand her, and the feeling appeared to be mutual. I may have been overly obsessed with my peaceful life, but that didn't mean a bunch of war-crazed assholes had the right to complain about it.
ほらそうよ。そうやって結局あなたも私と一緒。自分だけが一発に愛と正義のヒーローだなんて思い上がるな。世界はそんなに単純じゃない。
I never claimed to be. I just want you to leave me alone. She met my descent through the air with an upward swing of her blade, which I blocked with my right arm. I didn't hear the sound of tearing flesh and bone, only the metallic clang of two blades clashing against one another.
それが何よりの証拠。
Sakurai and I both found ourselves propelled backwards. My right arm began to shift form in response to her bloodlust, my craving to behead my foes materializing as a blade dark as midnight, forged for the sole purpose of decapitation.
あなた戦いが好きでしょ。実は血に酔えるでしょ。でないと到底そんなもの形になんかできるはずない。
I'd had just about enough of her.
わけわかんねえこと言ってんじゃねえ。
The moment I uttered those words, I kicked off the surface of the water. Oh, that looks cool. That looks so cool. Look at that. There was no special trick behind it or anything of the sort. I simply kicked off the water before my legs could sink. It was, in a sense, or rather with absolute certainty, a feat of strength more overbearing than magic. However, having powers that allowed me to justify any kind of over-the-top nonsensical feat had long since made me discard all semblance of common sense. I simply believed I could do it. A combination of my strong will and firm self-confidence gave me the impetus I needed to unleash that immense power without having anyone teach me how. I could feel my very own fighting spirit tempered by Sakurai's hostility, making me concentrate every fibre of my being on emerging victorious. Dashing across the surface of the water parallel to me, Sakurai launched a series of slashes admirable in terms of speed, yet quite easy to predict at the same time. I pegged her for the stoic type, but she seemed to have about as short a fuse as Kasumi, making her both reckless and stubborn to a fault. What was I to do next? I should have gotten used to luring quick-tempered people into traps. How would I go about angering her further, and what would I need to prioritize to achieve that? My words, conduct, something else entirely? We'd interacted several times before, so there had to be a hint in there somewhere. I just had to remember it. Countless memories and feelings welled up within me, forming a whirling jumble of a mess in my mind. Even after racking my brain for what felt like an eternity, I couldn't for the life of me come up with a second sound enough idea to base my strategy around. All I ended up with was more violent impulses, accompanied by a thirst aching to be quenched. Why couldn't I come up with something when I needed it the most? Damn it, I couldn't think straight. Snickering, Sakurai dodged my attack with little to no effort before finally speaking up again.
無理よ。だってあなたそういうタイプみたいだから。さすがにいきなりそこまでどうにかできるほどじゃないのね。よかった。
I didn't get it. Even though her words registered in my brain, I couldn't comprehend the deeper meaning behind them. All I knew was that my attacks weren't getting through to her at all. Wait, hold on. Had my attacks been too dull and predictable compared to hers?
よほどうまく飼いならすか、それとも手綱ごと手放すか、あなたたちは。そうしないとすごく半端よ。
Sakurai's attack pattern underwent an abrupt, instantaneous change. She sent a thrust my way without any prior warning, launching a kind of attack I had never seen from her during the entirety of our scuffle. Though her blade was afire, it unleashed a chillingly perfect strike. Was she actually?
私はあなたやベイほど爆発力を持ってないから。
Despite having my ear slightly nicked off, I dodged the attack by a hair's breadth and attempted to regain my stance. However, her relentless barrage of thrusts left no room for such an opportunity. Each attack flashed with unprecedented speed, elegance, and ferocity. A merciless series of thrusts that unleashed with the precision of a trained surgeon, so she really was.
見て、考えてはめるのよ。それが私の戦い方。器用貧乏だからね。
演技か。
She was faking it! She was faking her rage! Her curved, simple swings were all bluffs designed to lure me into a false sense of security.
全部が全部とは言わないけど。
Yet this does rev my engine. Sakurai's lips curled into a teasing
そこは
smirk.
想像に任せるわ。女は秘密が多いのよ。
Sakurai's blade came extending towards me. She was aiming low for my feet.
殺さない。けど逃がさない。
At this speed, an emergency stop was out of the question, nor could I change directions. In short, there was no way for me to
ジェイ
dodge.
カの戯れを正気で乗り越えられたら褒めてあげるわ、藤井君。
At that moment, an ominous feeling of discomfort assailed me out of nowhere, like I'd become a lab rat, a worthless creature trapped in a cage. No, that wasn't quite the best way to express it. This didn't feel like that at all. I would really like to not get my feet cut off by a smug murderer girl, thank you very much. It was more like being an ant burned under a magnifying glass, watched by someone whose very gaze unleashed heat rays. I somersaulted forward, bouncing off the surface of the water like a pebble. I no longer paid any heed to Sakurai's attacks and instead struggled with all my might to escape that inexplicable gaze. I vaulted off the surface of the water as I tumbled down and soon enough found myself face to face with the steel frame of the bridge towering before me. Tapping into the momentum I'd built up, I proceeded to dash up the bridge without a moment of hesitation. I could hear Sakurai's voice and feel her presence from behind as she came after me in pursuit. It then finally hit me that my shoulder had been wounded. She must have pierced it open during her previous attack. I wasn't sure if I could call this a lucky break, but having an injury like this, no matter how severe it might be, still beat ending up completely robbed of my mobility. If anything, Sakurai was the least of my worries now. My mind processed but one emotion, dread. My whole body was under the control of a fundamental primal impulse, even though I hadn't been able to think straight for a while now. Or rather, that was precisely why. The urge to flee, to run, to escape, to cast aside shame and pride, never turning back. Unless I did that, unless I did, I'd be killed here tonight. However, a certain clingy fool was still hot in pursuit. Looking hot, Kay, looking hot. She didn't matter one bit. I had no time to deal with her. Hadn't she noticed it? Couldn't she feel the sheer terror lurking behind that stare? That nigh irresistible lure towards death like the merciless pull of a black hole? Sakurai, Wilhelm, and Rusalka were formidable opponents worthy to be feared, but they all paled in comparison to the master of this gaze. I'm going for it, I'm going for it, I'm going for it, I'm going for the kill. Right, she was a nuisance. I needed to get things under control and flee as fast as possible. And if she meant to try and hinder me, if she planned to get in my way, I'd just turn her into a corpse that couldn't do a goddamn thing. My guillotine knocked Sakurai aside with ease. Once a formidable foe, she now seemed like a weakling at the bottom of the food chain. We were back on the bridge again. The thorough lack of any sort of cover upon its sprawling panorama only served to amplify my fear. I kicked off the ground and raised my right arm in an attempt to rid myself of the annoying pest right here and now. She may have brazenly guarded against my last strike, but I was in no mood to let her get away with that twice. Our spiritual characteristics were different. Our souls were different. We couldn't have been more unlike each other. Even if she managed to block in time, I'd cleave right through that puny little flame she called a soul in one clean strike. That was my... For just a brief second, I felt like there was something I had sworn not to waste, but I pushed it out of my mind. This was neither the time nor the place for that. Come on! So instead, I sounded a terrific battle cry. I charged forward with my weapon bared, ready to rid myself of the girl in front of me. Got her. I actually don't know, like, what he swore not to waste. Sakurai's face froze in a mask of despair, yet a split second before my steel could claim her life. Oh, come on, Triva. My blade, boasting of prowess capable of tearing through anything and anyone, was stopped by a shield outclassing even its deadly bite.
が、いけませんね。切裂です。死ぬならスワスチカで死ぬ程度の意地を見せなさい。レオンハルト。
Wow, Trifa's not happy. Yeah, it really gives me Fate Stay Night vibes. The battles in this. I love how they're described. I found myself thoroughly paralyzed by the sight before me. Its sheer absurdity, its mind-boggling impossibility. Valeria Trifa. The father Trifa I knew was the textbook example of a man who could barely even hurt a fly. He stopped my attack with his bare hands, he protected Sakurai, and he knew her. An abrupt onset of confusion cooled my seething mind. As the whirlpool of fear that once raged within me evaporated, I began to slowly regain my composure. But even still, much like during the incident with Kasumi, my go-to reaction was to withdraw into complete denial. Enrico Pucci vibes. Yeah, villainous priests are great. Kodomini Kire, Enrico Pucci, and Valeria Trifa. Villainous priests are top. Despite knowing it'd be shattered to pieces in a matter of seconds. Valeria Trifa was the divine vessel, the ringleader of the bastards who plunged this city, our world, into the realm of the abnormal, and were likely planning something even bigger. That fact was...
さて、それでは戯れ遊びも終わりです。改めて自己紹介いたしましょうか。藤井さん、私の名は聖三杯。清掃13騎士団黒煙卓第3位。狩猟代行、バレリア・トリファー、クリストフ・ローエングリーン。
ローエングリーン。
あなたの父祖に等しい我が死からは、よこしまなる聖人などと呪いを賜った男ですよ。
In other words, this meant that everything, from Kasumi to Himuro, could easily be connected to this whole goddamn mess.
では、今より開戦といたしましょうか。
I was left completely paralyzed in the face of such a tremendously powerful foe. Oh no. The bullet hit Wilhelm in the chest, followed rapidly by an explosion. That was not to say the bullet itself exploded, but rather a certain something planted at Wilhelm's chest. The object in question, sitting in a thermos at a freezing negative 197 Celsius, was liquid nitrogen, turning him into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. This was Shiro's trump card. Oh, it was liquid nitrogen in the thermos. He shot the thermos. Swords, guns, and fists meant nothing to Wilhelm's menacing body. But what of cellular destruction through chemicals? Acid was still unreliable, while sarin gas would be too risky for Shiro. Shiro may have been reckless beyond precedent, but that didn't mean he went out of his way to die. He may have had a shit happens kind of attitude to the whole deal, but he'd only let that come into play once he'd tried everything else humanly possible. He couldn't let himself die before accomplishing his goal. In other words, he could at least tell a dumb plan from a good one. He might choose the former depending on the situation, but he could still make the distinction. And so he chose to go with liquid nitrogen. Anything worked for a thermal attack, so after taking power, effectiveness, availability, and portability into consideration, he felt it more desirable to utilize a cold substance over a hot one. And naturally, liquid nitrogen was one of the coldest substances known to man. His plan entailed freezing the target, then... Oh my god. Freezing with liquid nitrogen and then motorcycle? The 180cc engine displacement of Shiro's beloved Valkyrie rune roar to life, spewing steel exhaust from the 350kg plus Plat 6 monster of an engine! All of this had gone according to plan. Shiro accelerated his motorcycle to tremendous speed, sprung up the front wheel, and smashed the ice sculpture that was Wilhelm into millions of pieces. Or at least he should have. He made a skillful rear-wheel spin turn after racing 50 meters away. Shiro stared at a part of the ice, twinkling like diamond dust, with a complex look on his face. Shiro pointed his finger like a pistol, pretending to shoot the sculpture before giving his accelerator another turn. No one pursued him, it sure seemed that way. Wilhelm simply kept standing there, completely unharmed. The low temperature and the impact didn't even hurt him, crushing only his overcoat, thus exposing his bare upper body to the moonlight. He didn't give chase. His opponent may have been riding a motorcycle, but Wilhelm could have easily caught up to him in no time flat. Yet he remained still, gazing fixedly at a certain spot. He hadn't forgotten about Shiro. Rage, delight, and humiliation burned bright in his twisted heart even now. But an abnormal event dwarfing all that had just occurred, and he wouldn't ignore it in favor of chasing some impudent prey. No one could. For all members of the Obsidian Round Table knew what this feeling was. In an event that it could only be described as abnormal, Wilhelm's porcelain skin began to bleed, accompanied by intense pain. Oh, it's the stigmata! For it was the mark of submission, vivid proof of his first defeat, as well as his allegiance. In other words, a sign that the one who carved that mark would soon descend. Wilhelm narrowed his eyes, struggling to suppress a chuckle.
了解しましたよ。ただ今こんななりなんで Oh
man, but isn't that just such a super attack though? Like, isn't that like something you expect of a limit break, freezing the enemy and then hitting them with a motorcycle to shatter them into a million pieces? Oh, it's so good. And with that, he vanished. The night was heavy with an inexplicable and overwhelming pressure, like the very heavens could fall at any moment. To describe it as the calm before the storm, the stillness before the end, would be most apt. My pathetic lack of defense had been punished by a blow to the solar plexus. Now, I bet Trifa definitely uses Bajikwan. The urge to vomit assailed me as I was sent flying backwards, and though I managed to land safely, I was now down on my knees, unable to get back up.
ようやくおとなしくなりましたね、藤井さん。すぐには動けるでしょうから、しばしいい子にしていなさい。
ゲイか。
ああ、あなたもですよ、レオンハルト。そう無駄に恐縮する必要はない。命令はそれを告げた者が責任を負う。あなたが悪いわけではないのだから、私が悪く、そして相手が悪かったのです。不服でも？
いえ、申し訳ありませんでした。
Sakurai hanged her head, uttering the phrase without the slightest hint of emotion before taking a step back to silently stand at attention. Their hierarchical relationship seemed quite evident. Sakurai was treating Father Trifa as a superior. As for him...
ああ、ですから、そういう杓子定規な対応をせずとも良いと言っているのに。
He, and it really was him, goddammit, addressed Sakurai with the same old unreliability, broad smile, and gentle tone I had come to know him for, acting as her superior. I felt sick, as the pain in my stomach had been reinvigorated by another kind of agony. Would I really have to fight him? And if that wasn't enough...
ここはあなたの理解を得られただけでもよしとしておきましょうか。藤井さん、それで聞いていると思いますが、私はあなたにお会いしてこのように語り合う場を持ちたかった。率直に答えていただきたい。あなたはテレジアを愛していますか？
何
She was someone I needed desperately to know more about, yet wanted to avoid bringing up at all costs. Teresia, in other words, Himura.
愛だと？
ええ。あなた方の仲がいいのは知っています。友人とも、あるいはそれ以上とも。お互い憎からずを思い合っているのでしょ？ならば、個人的に興味が尽きない。あなた、大義や名分が立てば、テレジアさえ殺すつもりでいるのですか？
It's Himura, it's Himura, it's Himura. One of the 4 romanceable heroines. White hair.
あなたは私を憎みつつある。殺す大義を見つけつつある。そうですよ、あなたは正しい。私は害しか及ぼしません。
Her name is just,
少なくともあなたにはね。
I think Ria or something like that. In Japan, but it's short for Teresia, and we mostly know her as Himura.
ならば結構敵、すなわち撃滅すべし。その至極簡単な公式をあなたは彼女にも当てはめますか？すでに殺人には手を染めたでしょう。経験者として言いますが、一人殺せば止まりませんと言います。今答えなさい。あなたはあのテレジアを殺さないのか殺すのか。
俺は
Still crouched and clawing at the asphalt, I looked up and bellowed with anger. I was an idiot, a fool, an imbecile, a brat, and an incompetent kid who didn't know a goddamn thing. I wasn't even sure if I'd live to the end of this, and I'd be full of myself to think I could protect and save someone, yet even now I remembered those days. And Himuro was naturally a part of the day-to-day life I meant to reclaim. I wasn't going to listen to anyone grouping her together with these freaks.
俺は絶対お前たちに負けたりしない。だっ とえ何がどうなろうと、俺があの人を殺すなんて。
There was only one thing I could say.
考えられない。そんなことはありえない。
Right after I declared that. I forget the name of this piece, but it's a classical. It's a really well-renowned classical composition, isn't it? And I think it's public domain too, which is why he can use it. It's actually Dice Irae? It's actually Dice Irae. It's actually the... Wow, it's actually Dice Irae, the composition. Oh, that's good. Father Trifa broke out into a maddened cackle, his body shaken and twisted with each new fit of laughter. Ooh, Verity's version. Excellent. Oh, you read it DS Ira. Ah. DS Ira. Ah, the Catholic funeral mass. I see. I'm really not well versed on that kind of stuff. Only compared to you, nut jobs.
ああ、よくわかりましたよ。理解しました。それがあなたで偽りないと。ではならば、彼の言葉をお聞きになりましたか？我が主。
Yeah, I honestly don't know what the mass is and all that kind of stuff. For a moment, I felt captivated by Father Trifa's madness, but at the same time, I came to realize something. In other words, who the abnormal gaze I'd been feeling on my skin these past few minutes belonged to.
これがあなたの盟友が大体サラトゥストラですよ。ハイドリ秘境。
The moment he uttered that word, the very canopy of the heavens appeared to tremble in response. An overwhelming pressure seized me, threatening to crush my very bones, almost like the skies themselves had fallen. I found myself pinned to the ground, unable to move as cracks ran through the asphalt around me. The bridge and the seas below howled, thousands of tons of steel and concrete rent asunder by the very presence of a certain being.
率直なご感想をお尋ねしたくありますね。どうでした？
The Golden Beast. Goldilocks. Only Father Trifa remained detached from the pressure ravaging Sakurai and me. A voice echoed from above him. Ah, so it's DS Ira. DS Ira. A grand whirlpool of gold, or perhaps a hole. There he is! The projection began to take form before my eyes, assuming the shape of a man. Ecclesiastical Latin? Is that different from... What kind of Latin is that? Is that the Latin that was used in... Wait, did the Romans speak Latin or Italian? Oh no. I know absolutely nothing. Oh no. A man of such tall stature, I'd probably have to look up high to see him, even if I was standing. His physique appeared quite proportionate as well, almost like it represented the golden mean of the human body. His golden locks like a terrible mane behind him, dancing wildly in the night air. His features beautiful enough to drive one to suicide. His physical build exhibited no flaws whatsoever. His narrow slits revealed a pair of golden eyes, gazing calmly upon the world below, their glimmer the light of hellfire. Liturgical language in the Middle Ages and later. I see. I don't know what liturgical means. I had no doubt in my mind that this guy was those bastards. Reinhardt. I quickly recalled that there was a man by that name known as the Totenkopf's Black Prince and the Hangman. Reinhard Tristan Eugen Heinrich. Ah, so Romans did speak Latin. Italian was born in the 13th, 14th century. Angry day. Mephistopheles. などと K の演者に祝福された。いわく悪魔のような男らしい。Ah, Mephistopheles, and we are Faust. Reinhard Heydrich, the true commander of the Obsidian Round Table, his advent left me thoroughly paralyzed. But an unexpected, or perhaps planned, turn of events suddenly intervened, shattering the status quo. An intruder that no one, not even myself, expected cleaved through the darkness, becoming a dazzling light of hope in the wake of roaring exhaust. Is he gonna pick me up? As merciless and disparaging his words may have been, they filled me with renewed vigor, breathing fresh life into my mind before it could fall into collapse. Determined not to lose to the monster's pressure, I looked up, put my hands on the ground, and pushed up with all my might. If I mustered every fibre of my being to strike away this fear, I could counter his pressure. If a human like Shiro could do it, there was no way in hell I couldn't. Yeah! Shiro sped down from the opposite lane, cleared the separated half of the bridge, and landed right next to me. Just as I grabbed hold of his outstretched hand, he pulled me into the back seat with surprising strength. But that was my limit. I had no strength to maintain a proper conversation. Perhaps Shiro was in a similar position to my own. He went into full throttle right away without sparing Reinhard or Father Trifa a single glance or word. The Valhalla, or was it Valkyrie? Anyway, the motorcycle raged with an explosion for a roar. All we had to do was retreat at full speed. If I got into a fight with that thing, I would have been blown to smithereens, even if there was 100 of me. He was not an opponent I could take, and there was no chance at revenge waiting after certain death. I couldn't beat him. At least not now. Not yet. He was not an opponent I could topple. I looked down, letting my feeble complaints melt into the whir of the engine. I wasn't trying to take these bastards lightly, and I thought I'd prepared myself for anything thrown at me. It wasn't like I'd actually defeated Sakurai or Wilhelm, and I didn't know if I even could, but I had the means to at least engage them in battle. Yet I lost my cool mere seconds after Father Trifa's arrival, and got entirely too worked up at the mere mention of Himuro's name. Then after all that, Reinhard. Well, that's one hell of a way to start a conversation. Shiro cleared the bridge in the blink of an eye and spoke up once he'd confirmed that no one was following us. Ah, I was over here wallowing in shame and depression, yet this guy... Before I could finish, it hit me just how utterly silly this whole thing was. Until a short while ago, we'd been worrying about whether or not we'd die, and now, god damn it, this was really fucking stupid. Oh, they're friends! Get yourself a bro like this. That's what I want. I want a bro like this. We got scared and ran away with our tails between our legs, but fuck it, we were still alive. True, it may have looked like an utter defeat on the outside, but considering that we survived such a dangerous experience, it could definitely be counted as a victory. It wasn't mere luck. We could proudly declare that our very own efforts helped us live through the night. So... And well, he did actually save my life today. Putting aside all the trouble he dragged me into in the past, I now felt grateful to him.
これでちった気が変わったか？
ああ。っていうかもういや
Oh, this is the best. This is the best. This is the best. This is the best.
ご名答。じゃあまあコンビ再結成ってことで。命名チームベアウォルフ。いい感じじゃね？ドイツ語的に。
Team Werewolf. All German. That sounded horrible. If possible, I would have liked to avoid anything German sounding at the moment for obvious reasons.
俺はおまけか。
だってそうだろ？
お前がおまけだ。
はあ？何言ってんすか？
Oh, I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this. We raced down the moonlit highway having a little childish argument. We were fleeing like a pair of cowards, but at the very least we had this brief moment of respite. In hindsight, we fled for a reason, to build up and gather our strength for the next confrontation. Breaking his gaze from the gradually fading tail lights, the priest turned to the figure beside him. The Reinhard Heydrich standing next to him was but an illusion, a false image. Even a quick glance revealed it to be transparent. In other words, he was a shade of his true self that wouldn't last more than a handful of minutes at best. Despite that, the boy was no match even for his current state. The priest posed a respectful question towards his lord. Though not with perfect clarity, Trifa could understand his master to a certain degree. At the very least, he knew that an ant like himself was no prey for the lion of Reinhard Heydrich. Reinhard gave Trifa a sidelong glance alongside a sneer, to which the latter replied with a nod, daring not to look his master in the eye. The golden beast stopped the priest just as the latter turned to leave. There was no meaning to that action as far as continuing the conversation was concerned, but there was still a meaning to stopping there. For a certain girl remained prostrated at his feet, her gaze fixed on the ground. Kei Sakurai felt thoroughly overwhelmed by the stark difference between her power and that of the beast, and thus she came to feel the very dread that the others had already known these past 60 years. Reinhardt displayed neither contempt nor concern for her puny, trembling figure. He merely passed through her, quite literally, while addressing the priest, regarding her the same way one would a pebble on the sidewalk. What meaning do those words ultimately carry? Kei's trembling for a heartbeat. Kei's trembling ceased for a heartbeat, only to return again, albeit somewhat differently. Oh, he hadn't reported Leonhardt yet. The sequel to this is called KKK. Huh. Interesting. Reinhardt walked past the prostrating Kei and the expressionless priest with a coaxing smile. His silhouette began to grow dim, melting away into the darkness. Yet moments before that golden afterglow could disperse for good. And with that, he vanished without a trace. Yare yare. Once a handful of seconds had passed, Trifa shrugged, breathing a heavy sigh. The crushing sense of oppression constantly emitted by the beast had completely faded. This was likely a sign he had withdrawn for the time being. However...
どれ
He approached the pitifully prostrating girl, took her by the arm, and brought her to her feet.
見たでしょう。あれがハイドリ秘境です。
Kay hanged her head without uttering a single word. She was trying her best to remain calm, yet it was quite clear that she had suffered an extraordinary shock. Trifa placed a hand upon her hair like a compassionate father.
恥じることはありません。我々は皆そうです。私も、ベイも、マレウスも、キルヒアイゼン教やザミエル教、そしてシュライバー教に至るまで、彼と初めて会った時は強行してひざまずいた。
Kaijiri Kamui Kagura.
あれはね、レオンハルト、違うのですよ。
違う。
The priest nodded, his gentle features contorting ever so slightly. Though his affirmation could be considered a show of disrespect towards his lord and master, there was no one here who could deny him. Or perhaps anywhere in the world.
世の中には最初から違うものがごく少数。しかし確実に存在すると私は思っているのです。我々にとって神とは祈るものですが、あなた方にとっては祭り、鎮めるものでしょう。つまりお願いだから暴れてくれるな、そうしたものだと思いなさい。
ですが。
The priest's words were brimming with affection, but Kay rebutted them. She fully understood what the priest implied, sympathizing with the idea that gods needed to be appeased. Monotheism accounted to no more than blind faith akin to intoxication.
実際に我々はハイドリ秘境を信じ祈らねばならないのでしょう。
ああ、ですから、要は加減ですよ。バランスです。
Balance.
言ったでしょ。臨機応変。あまり真面目に考えていては、先ほどのように息もできなくなりますよ。調子よく逃げたベイや、そもそも気もしなかったマレウスらの賢明さを学びなさい。ともかく逃げ遅れた我々はせねばならぬこともありますしね。
はい。
Kay nodded, withholding a prior question. She felt like she ended up playing right into his hands, but there were no lies in his words. They indeed had things of vital importance to take care of.
では、一足先に戻りなさい。そしてバビロンにその旨伝えておくように。まあ、以心伝心。言われるまでもなくそうしているとは思いますがね。どうしました？行きなす。
わかりました。
Kay nodded again before making her soundless exit. Once the girl was out of sight, the priest heaved a sigh.
だがさて、ハイドリ秘境。何を言わんとしておられたのか。
Kay, Valkyria. He spoke as if he were implying something about them. Trifa wondered if Reinhard knew something he didn't. Still, the priest would not have been too surprised to have his schemes be discovered.
まあよい。楽しませよとおっしゃるならば、できうる限り励みましょう。それが私の務めです。しかし、とはいえ、いかがすればよいのやら。
Trifa muttered to himself with a sense of prudence before beginning to walk off again. At any rate, he was relieved that they were all lucky enough to overcome that which may have been the first and greatest danger in this war.
私の行いがいいわけなどありませんから、多分あなたのおかげなのでしょうね。夫人、その一点についてはどうしということ。機会が許せば乾杯したいところですよ。
I would appreciate that. I would appreciate a toast. Secretly. And they would no doubt share a heartfelt laugh. If matters ever settled themselves as such that a day like that truly came to pass, it would doubtless prove to be the most blissful moment in the priest's life. Tubal Cain, Christoph Lohengrin, Kazikl Bey, Leonhard August, Sonnekind, Gotts von Berlinken, Meleas Maleficarum, Samuel Zento, Rotspine, Babylon Magdalene, Hrodvitnir, and Zarathustra. Oh, and with Mephistopheles atop them all, of course. So Cain is the replacement for, because it was Mercurius that... Surely Mercurius would be number 2, since Mephistopheles is 1, right? So Cain must be replacing him. In terms of numbers, while Zarathustra is replacing him in terms of being. Anyway, 2 out of 8 swastikas, chapter 6, Lord of the Dead, end. Pachi Pachi. That's a wrap, everybody. This one's in honor of Shiro. Mercurius is 13. Oh, yeah, that makes sense then. Then Cain is just Cain. It's interesting though that he's a higher number than Trifa, who is the acting commander. Anyway, so that's all the Dice Irae this time. We've gone for 4.5 hours and done 2 chapters. I think that's a very good pace. Thank you all for coming. You have been a simply wonderful audience. A lot of cool stuff happened this time. We got that delicious slice of life with Marie and Kasumi at the start, and then we got more Shiro, and Shiro is just so cool, and all that action. It really got my engine revving. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for coming. You've been a wonderful audience. You are all wonderful mortals, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, or simply just rest. Farewell.